Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. We have a 100-acre property with a family hunting cabin off-grid right in the middle of the property and next to a river. No neighbors, and the road to get in is only known by family. We also have a big I-beam gate that we keep locked. There's an occasional black bear/coyote, but nothing crazy, not very dangerous. I'm up with one of my cousins having some beers on a weekend, playing cribbage and listening to music. We're getting ready to call it for the night at like midnight, and suddenly there's a super loud banging on the back door. Like, the door and windows were visibly moving like it was being beaten in with a battering ram. Like wham, wham, wham. Then it just stops. And then it's absolutely dead quiet. No frogs or crickets anymore. Nothing. We're frozen in place staring at the back door. The music quickly turned off by my cousin. After a pause that seems like forever, the sounds of the woods start coming back slowly. We work up the courage to look out the windows, and it's just pitch black out there. Shining a flashlight, there's nothing but the woods. Cousin thought he saw the reflection of eyes, but I didn't see it. We made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and stayed up in the loft until dawn, armed with only a pocket knife. We didn't sleep a wink, and when daylight came in, we got out of there. The back door was dented. It was a metal door, and it was dented where it was struck, and we had to replace that door jamb because it was starting to break. We both still have no idea what the heck happened. We're in New Mexico, so the first time we saw a Starlink chain, we were trying to decide if we were just drunk and high or if the aliens had escaped from Roswell. My very first night alone on our property, only a tent for shelter. It was just after dark and I sat down on our makeshift toilet, 2 cinder blocks with a plank for a seat, and suddenly there's this horrendous shriek. It sounded like a banshee was flying straight for me. My butthole has never closed up so hard and so fast in my life. Once I got my wits back, I remembered we had seen a very disheveled molting owl earlier that day before my husband left, and had joked that it was molting so badly that there was no way to tell what kind of owl it was. I texted my husband right away. Screech owl. I'm 1,000% sure that it was a screech owl, and it scared the crap back into me. You mean scared the crap out of you, right? No. Off-grid, Northern Ontario A-frame. I was sleeping in the loft with my then-girlfriend and woke to very clear footsteps on our deck. I bolted up to the window that overlooked the deck and called out. The door opened with the biggest squeak, and then nothing. No footsteps. Literally nothing. I sat at the window, flashlight off, ready to shine it at any perceived movement, but nothing happened. Probably an hour later, I went down the ladder, closed and locked the door. No sign of anything, ever. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years, and thought I would be stuck there and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was paid back thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all my stuff, and the landlord said I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I hadn't done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, a local, if he knew where I could sleep in my car because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said there was a place up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and zero visibility. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed the garbage cans that were all overfilled 15 feet from the car at the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything anywhere. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, right outside my door. At this point, I'm crapping bricks being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a loud growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana. I'll keep this short and sweet. A few years back, we were having a brutally cold winter. The snow had frozen into ice and covered everything. It was pitch black in the backyard when I went to let my dogs outside one last time before bed that evening. As we exited the house from the sliding door of the walkout basement and onto the lower deck, I felt that something was off. Our house backs up onto some woods, so I was accustomed to hearing noises from wildlife in the night. This night was different. Nothing made a sound except the Arctic cold wind, but I had the feeling that I was being watched. The entire time my dog was in the backyard, I looked around nervously, expecting a coyote or other predator to pop out of the tree line. My dog did his business, but afterwards stopped and stared at a corner of the woods until I got creeped out and called him back inside. I quickly locked the sliding door and shut the curtains, unable to shake that uneasy feeling I had outside. After double and triple checking all the locks in the house, I went to bed. At around 3 in the morning, I heard the muffled sound of my dog barking from the basement 2 floors below. I got up, stumbled down 3 flights of stairs and found him standing at the basement sliding door. He was peeking his head through the closed curtains, barking his head off with the hair standing up all along his back. I tried calling him away from the door, but he wouldn't let up. I dreaded peeking out the curtain to see what he was barking at, after the uneasy feeling I had earlier in the night. Finally, I held my breath and swiped the curtain aside. I peered into the inky blackness, but saw nothing to cause any alarm. A wave of relief washed over me. I figured it must have been a deer or raccoon in the yard that set him off. He whined at the door for a few more minutes until I bribed him to go upstairs with a cookie. I went back to bed and wasn't disturbed again. That is, until the morning when I went to the basement to let the dog out. I opened the sliding door and walked out onto the deck, and as he bounded into the snow, my blood ran as cold as the sub-zero morning temperatures when I looked down. There, frozen into the ice on the deck, was a set of bare human footprints. They were very clear. I could make out each toe on the person's foot. The prints were large and appeared to be from an adult male. Looking around, I noticed they started at the base of the deck, went to the sliding door in the window of the basement living room, then seemed to disappear off the side of the deck. I had my snow boots on, so I walked around the yard, but I could find no trace of the footprints in the snow once they left the deck. Keep in mind, the daily temperatures that winter barely made it above 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind chill made it feel like close to 20 below. Frostbite would set in within a matter of minutes for anyone walking around barefoot, especially in the dead of night. I never experienced anything like that again, but I did adopt a second dog shortly thereafter. When I lived in rural Maine, my boyfriend at the time took me on a drive in his truck. He wanted to show me something he said he learned about from one of his college professors. We already kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, but we drove even further into literally nowhere. We were on this road that was 5 to 8 miles of just forest on both sides. No houses, no signs, no driveways, nothing. Then he pulls over near a slight break in the trees. There was a very overgrown old driveway chained off at the road, with an old dilapidated sign that said private property. We parked on the road and walked in about a half mile, and there was this old abandoned log cabin house there. I don't know when it was built, but it was old enough to not have any connection to the electric grid, and no electrical outlets inside. It was a bit odd, but my boyfriend said he had been there before, and led me to a door in the back where we could break in. He mentioned that the last property owners said in their will that no changes could be made to the property after they died, like no agriculture or major renovations, so I guess that's why the land was never resold, since nobody could do anything with it. I don't remember if we entered through the second floor somehow, or climbed up the stairs, once inside, but I remember being on this loft that overlooked the interior of the house with no railing. Definitely a 15-plus foot drop right at the edge of the loft. Maybe there weren't stairs inside at all, or a ladder. It was back in the fall of 2011 when I was a freshman in college, so it's a bit fuzzy. I remember seeing an old wood stove made of iron downstairs and a countertop, but otherwise I think the place was pretty sparse and made entirely of wood. There was also no sink in the kitchen area and no bathroom, so no plumbing either. The loft we were on had literally thousands of dead flies all over the floor. It was creepy and gross. I know they could have gotten stuck there over the years, but the sheer number of them on every surface, and not being decayed/turned to dust was so unnerving. My boyfriend for some reason decides that this is a nice place to smoke weed. I didn't want to stay, but he laid a blanket out over the flies and he sat and rolled a joint. I did take a couple of puffs, but started getting an uneasy feeling, so I stopped. I'm a regular smoker, but this was just a crazy situation. Then suddenly, I realized that the sun was setting and we were losing light fast. The house very quickly got this terrifying, impending doom feeling, and I knew I just needed to get the heck out of that house. I expressed my concerns to my boyfriend multiple times, each time seeming more desperate to leave. But he wasn't worried and took his sweet time hand-rolling himself a cigarette and taking all the necessary crap out of his pockets, laying them out in the blanket and slowly putting them away. It was making me angry that he wasn't taking me seriously, and I had such a sense of urgency to get out. I ended up getting out of the house first and started running down that half-mile-long dirt driveway to get out and away. My boyfriend shuffled behind me, fumbling with things in his hands. He was practically a prepper and carried all sorts of things with him in his pockets, cargo pants, backpack, etc., at all times, like flashlights, lighters, weed pipes, rolling papers, weed, rolling tobacco, and probably 20 other things that he thought were useful. I got out of the woods when we were just losing that last light before the true darkness set in. Mind you, this country road has no streetlights the whole way. We had flashlights, but I didn't feel that flashlights equal safety. I felt that we were just being watched, and whatever it was super negative. I don't know if I overreacted, or if my boyfriend was literally just doped up and clueless, but I never really trusted him after that. I don't know why the heck I let myself get in that situation. Needless to say, he's not in my life anymore. This didn't happen to me, but I live in the area where it took place. As far as I know, this is not a made-up story. My friend and I were discussing the scary things we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy was with 5 of his friends, and they were spending a few days in a cabin hunting and trapping. They were not drunk, but had a few beers to unwind one night. So one of them goes to the outhouse to go to the bathroom, and he swears that off into the woods he hears the faint sound of a drum beating. So he finishes in the outhouse and goes into the cabin and tells his friends to come check out this sound. So they all grab their rifles and head out to the ridge that their cabin was on and down the hollow behind it and back up the other side. It was a pretty rocky area, so the sound traveled far, and they could tell that just over the hill was where the sound was coming from. So 5 of them spread out about 50 feet apart to walk up to the top. They couldn't see down over because of the laurel bushes around them. So 5 of them wait, and one of them sneaked down through to see what it was. When he got there, he stood there and watched for about 30 seconds to a minute before he turned around and went to his friends as fast as he could, telling them the evil that he saw, and they had to get the heck out of there right then. All he would tell them is he saw a bunch of naked men and women dancing around in a circle, chanting something in a foreign language. He never told them about everything he saw. The guy who told my friend this story was one of the guys who hung back and didn't see what had actually happened. I had a really weird experience in Congaree National Park outside of Columbia last winter that brought me to these kind of subreddits. It's a beautiful boardwalk that goes through the swamps and the cypress forests in them. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequented Congaree National Park, so I'm familiar with the area. I would often jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night, as it's super peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. They never have a ranger or guard there after hours, so I was always alone. The last time I did this was in October of 21. I was taking my usual stroll with flashlight in hand. I should mention, between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud. But then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trail ahead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept moving. The wildlife started up shortly after and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed it got eerily quiet again and heard swamp water sloshing on my left. But this time it was more deliberate, like somebody walking. I was in a thick portion of the cypress and couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. And then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town, certainly not moving through a swamp at 1 a.m. I saw what looked like a human silhouette move between the trees for a split second, but it was off. Very skinny, pale, and taller than me at 6 feet. I noped out of there and ran the almost 2 miles back to my truck and didn't slow down until I heard the wildlife again. Like I said, this is a boardwalk that's in a swamp in the boonies. Nobody is walking around in the water at night without a light or ever. And I don't know of any animal that big that walks in a bipedal pattern, and I've spent my life in the outdoors. I feel that I should add that I wasn't high or sleep deprived. I just like the woods at night. I was so freaked out by this that I came to Reddit and dove into some of the stories on this sub as well as others. I'm convinced I encountered a crawler or wendigo or something else that can mimic voices. There's no way some meth head was stumbling around the swamp, miles from civilization that sounds like wifey. But then again, it is also South Carolina. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest and was an avid hiker. In 2013, a group of friends invited me to go mushroom hunting in the Siuslaw National Forest, about an hour outside of Portland where we lived. We spent significant time in the coastal forests, but mushrooms tended to cluster in areas with lighter foliage cover. Our de facto expert had experienced foraging off of old logging roads and suggested a spot that he visited the year prior. We drove to the end of a one-lane dirt road overlooking a deep ravine. Each of us put on our gear and bushwhacked through the comparatively sparse undergrowth, checking the leaves and debris for fungi. After about 20 minutes, I came across a small clearing of trees, perhaps a one-time campsite for loggers. About halfway across the span, I noticed something pink on the ground ahead. What I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. Resting on the leaves was the heart of an unknown animal, roughly the size of my fist, still untouched by the elements and fauna. There was no trace of a body in the immediate area, no other organs, remnants of flesh or visible blood. It was spotless. The heart had no bite marks and the tissue was still dark red. I ran like heck back to my car. Mercifully, my friend decided to hang back. We rounded everyone up and left immediately. I have a photograph of the heart, although I wish I had taken one of the clearing. Please let me know if you have any explanations for this. It happened around the Mount Hebo area. Again, here's one of my stories from when I lived off the grid in the forest of western North Carolina. Some friends and I all lived in these small shacks, essentially a shed with a loft, that were very close together. Living in such primal and close conditions breeds a kind of deep, trusting friendship that you can't get from living anywhere else. So naturally, we did almost everything together. By our little semicircle of houses, there was a railroad track that if you followed it south would lead to a waterfall. This waterfall in particular is where everyone would go to get high. It was a normal night, humid, sometime in early July. A group of about 6 friends and I, Laura, Andy, Nick, and some of Andy's friends that I didn't know that well but recognized, decided to walk out to this waterfall in the dark. I was the only sober one in the group, so I felt a higher sense of responsibility for everyone, and was therefore on edge and hyper-aware of our surroundings. Others would walk faster or slower, or stop altogether in the group, so it was natural and expected that we wouldn't be able to see everyone at the same time. Andy was in rare form though. When Laura had to stop to pee, he came out to the bushes and scared her, and then ran off behind some trees and ahead of the rest of the group. This made me and Laura both angry, since it was such a clear invasion of privacy and unnecessarily spooky in the already spooky night. Laura and I eventually got to where we could see Andy again, but he was walking by himself and then slipped back into the bushes without even looking at us. Dismissing it as just him being high, we kept moving forwards. Still, not back with the group just yet. We realized that Andy was followed in behind us, just far enough away that we can only see his silhouette. Finally, we catch up with the rest of the group and see that all of us are accounted for, even Andy. We asked him how he got ahead of us and beat us to the group when he had been at least 15 yards behind us just minutes ago. Everyone went dead silent as Laura and I realized that whoever scared her when she peed and followed us wasn't Andy or anyone else from our group. We never made it to the waterfall that night. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner. On the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was 5 times as long as it was wide, and from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sightline. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It was definitely not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned on side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s, so not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see the stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our very utilitarian camp, small Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket, simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly, my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No. Look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round white faces stared back at me from across the lake. Maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way I can describe the faces is like very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither one of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust and would see that there were just a reflection. Bugs or owls, or something, but I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looking back at my friend, and then they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snap. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we gonna do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but I never found a phenomenon that could explain that. So, to give you a little bit of background information on this story, which is 100% true, I would like to start with the fact that I am a European. I posted another story a couple months back about seeing something that happened to me in Tuscany, Italy. As for me and my friends in this story, we're from Spain, and when this happened, at the end of September 2023, we were fairly new to the USA. I moved here a while back for law school, and so did my friends. We had been living here for a few months and decided to explore the nature of this beautiful continent, as we all live in New York City. So, long story short, we decided to go on a road trip to Canada, drive around Lake Ontario, and then drive back to New York City through upstate New York. I'm a male, and my friends were 3 females. For the sake of anonymity, let's call them Lisa, Anna, and Charlotte. Everything went super smooth until the last night. So, for our last night, we had rented an off-grid cabin in a remote area in the woods of upstate New York. To give some locals an idea, we were like half an hour drive from Harrisburg, I think. Me and Lisa had decided to spend one night in this cabin because it was one with nature. The cabin was super old, made from log wood, and there was no running water or electricity. Both me and Lisa had experience with survival in the wild in Europe. I, for myself, had been a Boy Scout my whole life, and even was a scout leader for a while. Our other 2 friends were, as much as I loved them, purebred city girls. They had pretty much zero experience with camping, or to just being in a place where there is no service for the phones, as was the case in this cabin. We had been driving all day to get there, and when we reached the beginning of the forest, it was already past 10 p.m., and it was really dark that night. While driving to this place, we lost internet connection with the GPS, and so I had to drive to the cabin on intuition, paired with a good old-fashioned map, hoping for the best while trying to drive safe on these muddy trails. It was also rainy the whole day. On the way there, Anna and Charlotte were in the back of the car, and the moment they lost phone service, they got pretty uneasy for the rest of the ride. All of a sudden, in the pitch-black darkness of the forest, we all saw a campfire, but there were no houses around, or people. Just a campfire. A well-organized one since the fire was not spreading, and it was not as big as a bonfire. It kind of startled all of us, as this was a little bit weird since there was no one around, and we were really deep in the forest already. Plus, it was getting very late. When this happened, we also reached the end of the trail, and we figured we had taken the wrong trail at a crossroads before. So I turned around and we were on our way again. Half an hour later and a couple of wrong trails later, we finally had arrived at our destination, as we could finally see the first glimpse of this godforsaken cabin in the middle of nowhere. To give you an idea of how old it was, the potty was made out of wood and was outside the cabin. When we arrived, it was still raining, and both Anna and Lisa were definitely not in the mood for getting out of the car and getting in the cabin with 0 lights. So, me and Lisa left the lights of the car on and went inside the cabin while also using our phone flashlights to check the cabin out and see if we could find any old flashlights, which we did, and to see if we could turn on the fireplace, which we didn't because all the wood was still wet from the rain, and it seemed like no one had prepared any dry wood anywhere. So, with a couple of old flashlights and a small improvised fire I managed to make in the stove, we all 4 got in the cabin, and I started to make some pasta for us. Meanwhile, the girls were preparing the beds and closing the windows, since it was already cold in this part of the state. The cabin had a small ladder which led to an elevated room space, with a bed where all 3 of the girls could fit in, and I would sleep downstairs in a bunk bed that seemed older than the First World War. While making pasta, Anna, one of the city girls, came up to me, and knowing that both Lisa and Charlotte did not like to hear anything scary at night, told me that she had seen an old cemetery in the middle of the forest on the way to our cabin, and that she had seen a figure walk around there. I first laughed it off as nothing. As I mentioned in my previous story, I do not consider myself a big believer of scary things. Being from Spain, we take promises very serious. To swear on God is very serious for us. and she swore to God that she was not lying. I told her then that I believed her, but that there was no need to panic, as I would lock all the doors when we would go to sleep. We had some pasta, managed to take a couple of s'mores, which are lovely by the way, and drank a couple of beers. Or at least I did. They all just had one. I can assure you that I am not drunk after a couple of beers, and that I would never start to hallucinate. Just saying this in case anyone thinks I saw this stuff because of the beer. They all three went to sleep pretty early after finishing the s'mores and their beer, and I, considering that I really love the outdoors and that I don't really mind a little bit of rain, decided to take my last beer and a flashlight outside to the front porch, also very old and made of wood, and sat myself down with my beer while enjoying the sound of rain and the lovely sight of not seeing a single light in the distance. I could greatly appreciate this coming from New York City, and I just scanned the area around with my flashlight. There was nothing much really to see, besides a lot of trees and a small creek a little further away. All I could hear was the wind, the rain, and the running water down in the creek. That was until I suddenly heard what I would describe as a weird roar. The first thing that came to my mind was a bear, but I had researched well before our trip, and I knew that bears were not common at all in this part of the state. I also know what a bear roar would sound like, and it did not resemble it a lot, except from the fact that it was a deep roar, if you get what I mean. Startled, but not really scared, I continued to scan the rest of the forest for as far as I could see from the porch. It was then that my eye caught a glimpse of a figure, well hidden deep into the tree line. I would describe the figure as tall. As a reference, I'm 6'4", and I thought that this thing was at least a foot or two higher than me. It was well hidden because with its brown fur, that is, what I think it was at least, or the skin in any case, blended in well with the trees in autumn. It was definitely aware of our presence, as I saw two eyes glimpsing into my flashlight. I couldn't tell you what it was, but I swear to God that it was not a bear. It was bipedal and had rather long arms, I would say. We looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity, but in reality, it was more like 5 seconds before it vanished behind a tree and I heard another roar. It was then that I felt all of my hair stand up, and I was definitely very much scared. I went inside as quick as I could and locked all the doors and all the curtains. I quickly went to bed and tried to wave it off as just my exhaustion of driving all day, playing tricks on my mind. But I promise you, this was very real. After an hour or so, I had calmed down and finally fell asleep. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the next morning when I went to relieve myself after having drank beer the night before, the weather had cleared and it was rather sunny. And as far as I could see, the forest was calm and beautiful. No sight of any animals or anything abnormal. We had a nice breakfast that morning and left for our way back to the city that never sleeps. And so ends also my story of that night. I never talked about what I saw that night, because I know all three girls did not like to hear scary stories. And I figured after these months that this was the best place to share it. If anyone has any idea of what it could have been, feel free to enlighten me, especially if it is backed up with rational reasoning. This event occurred in early fall of 1971 or 1972. I'm not sure what jogged this memory, but it's probably something to do with some of Reddit's off-the-grid weirdness. Also, some of the details are a bit gray, but the gist of the story begins here. I grew up in the Philly suburbs. The Boy Scouts were popular then, and I was quite active, especially with camping. One of the go-to areas was the New Jersey Pine Barrens, especially along the Wading River and Bass River State Forest, onto the Man. Our patrol was on a weekend camping trip at the South Shore Campground, I think. Lots of pine breaks, but even more swamps and bogs, and boggy swamps. Our patrol, probably 7 of us plus one guy's dad who drove us, was assigned a 3-sided shelter. The front of the shelter opened to the swamp. If you walked 11 feet from the front of the shelter, you'd be standing in ankle-deep water, and then it just got deeper and darker and boggier. We mucked about Saturday until late afternoon, made our way back to the shelter, cooked dinner, and chilled until it got dark. And it was crazy dark. No other campers around, just the light of our slowly dying fire. We began to hear a slow splashing sound coming from the swamp, maybe 100 feet out from our fire. One of the guys yelled something towards the sound and everything went quiet. A minute later, the splashing began again, but slower and methodical. By this time, it was within 15 feet of the fire, but it was out of the fire's light. Here's what our vibe was. None of us were very concerned. We were all seasoned campers and figured it was a deer or raccoon looking to score an easy meal. Suddenly, the walking became a slow, steady sloshing. This perked us up, wondering if this thing may suddenly decide to rush us. Our patrol leader jumped up, grabbed his flashlight and pointed it towards the noise. His light hit something. He yelled, "It's a man," and ran to the swamp berm. I saw a brief flash of red flannel in the flashlight beam, then heard flash splashing back to the swamp. The splashing eventually faded out in the darkness. So what did we do? Tried to figure out what the heck just happened, then crawled into our sleeping bags and fell asleep. Nothing else happened and we went home the next day as scheduled. Thinking back on this now, it must have been a local piney who knew the area well. The man had to navigate through some serious and dangerous swamps to check us out. The pines have great eerie vibes, and that weekend held both. The scariest thing just happened to me. I was in my boyfriend's diesel truck, and this Range Rover almost clipped me. So I was coming around a corner leaving the gym parking lot and flipped them off. They proceeded to take their car out of park and follow me out of the parking lot and chase me down through town. I drove to the police station and lost them, but they had every intent to follow me home as I was weaving in and out of block after block. I shouldn't have flipped them off, and will think next time before engaging with someone. My sister thinks the maintenance guy is weird. I'm speaking on behalf of my little sister because she's paranoid on anything coming back to her. I'll try and keep it short. She's lived at the apartment unit for almost 3 years. Everything about the property is well maintained and it's a nice community, but she's very concerned about one of the maintenance guys. She's had encounters where in the mornings, despite leaving at odd times to go walk somewhere, she prefers to go in the mornings or on lunch. She will encounter him suddenly as she's leaving the property. This occurs about 8 out of 10 times on average. She vocalized that at first he was nice, but she's very independent and doesn't like asking for help, and rather figure things out yourself. So when he goes out of his way to open doors, and once he offered to drive her to a postal service to drop off a package, she said from this moment she did not feel comfortable being anywhere on the complex. It was just going to be her in her room or even crossing paths. I visited over winter break and got to scope out the maintenance guy, and he definitely has an overly nice personality that you just can't trust. No one is ever that nice. It's just not realistic. The final straw was that she's been monitoring her Ring camera and saved videos of him walking by the door, either to do a maintenance task somewhere on the floor. And strange enough, she got a video of him coming up to the door but backing off. Almost like you're subconsciously thinking about the people who live in the unit and seems distracted. My sister pleaded a case to the property manager, but from what it sounded like, it was more forward that she seemed safe on doing, despite the manager vouching that he is not anyone of concern and it's his personality. I disagreed, insisting that she should be careful and make note of anything strange on the cameras or crossing paths, even when she switches up her schedule. She told me she hopes to move out of the city by August. I told her if anything comes up, I would make the trip to visit again. I have always been creeped out by the sound of a big truck idling. If I'm in my house and I hear that splitting muffler and bassy rumble, I have the urge to get on the floor and hide. I never understood why until I connected it to an experience in a small logging town when I was about 10. I was with my dad and siblings visiting my grandma. I grew up in a town of only around 3,000, so when I say grandma lived in a tiny town, I mean postage stamp size. Being a timber town, there were towering evergreens surrounding it on all sides, almost seeming to swallow the houses and scamp businesses right up. I always got a bad creepy vibe from the place. There was just a stillness that seems ominous, like people were hanging out in the shadows, just watching the fresh meat in town. Dramatic, I know, but you have to understand that I was a kid in the 90s, raised on a steady diet of unsolved mysteries, Rescue 911, and horror movies. In other words, I was paranoid. In my mind, the chances were good a kidnapping could happen at any time, anywhere. Once while in my hometown, I was walking with my family and noticed a man in a black trench coat was walking parallel to us on the opposite side of the street. And just that mundane occurrence made me break down crying. Looking back, I was exposed to way too much as a kid, but I also love true crime now, so I guess it worked out. Pardon the digression. So, my dad and siblings and I were taking a stroll from my grandma's house to the main street, which happened to have an antique shop. We wandered in to look around and kill time before supper. Immediately, a large man with overalls and a long red beard stood up from behind the counter and put his hands on the counter. "Well, hello," he said to us, but he looked me dead in the eyes. I averted my eyes as one of my main personal rules was to not make eye contact with strange men, lest they want to kidnap me. I had an Archie and Veronica comic curled up in my hands, and he asked what it was. When I showed him, he got a weirdly determined look on his face and went to the back room. I was confused, but before long, he came back out to a glass counter with a giant stack of Archie comics, dirty and mildewed, tied together with some kind of twine. "And there's more where that came from," he said, still serious, like he was earnestly trying to impress me. "Wow," my dad said. "That's neat, isn't it, honey?" "Yeah, that's pretty cool," I said, trying to be polite, but just feeling off with the whole situation. My dad then got distracted by my little brother and strode off, and the man motioned me over. I didn't go any closer because I was freaked out. He shuffled up a little closer to me and had his voice lowered. "You know, I only got grandsons. I want a little girl." He had a sly smile on his face now. Despite my surge of fear, I tried to tell myself, "Calm down, he's just a lonely old man." But my heart was pounding and my stomach was flopping. "Do you like horses?" he continued, leaning in closer. "I got horses you can ride. I got tons of comics. Would you want to be my girl and have all that fun?" I froze. He may have been a lonely grandpa, but I was 10, and this felt very creepy. I could also smell his rancid breath, and his skin had a greenish hue that just added to my horror. Incidentally, my dad was rounding us kids up right about that time. He thanked the man at the counter. "You all visiting? I haven't seen you around here," the man said, which usually happened in interactions with townfolk but scared me in this circumstance. "Yes, my mother lives right on blank and blank streets," my clueless father replied, giving him the cross streets. "Oh, that's just about a minute as the crow flies," the burly man said cheerfully. "Yep, she's the one with the giant chestnut tree in the yard. Dad boasted. I blanched. Now he could pinpoint the exact house my grandma lived at. This man wanted a girl. I could tell badly. What's to stop him from coming to get me? I tried to explain to my dad, but he never doubted the goodness of anyone, much to his detriment sometimes. I remember sleeping alone in a room that night that faced the street. I was sobbing and picturing the window being slid open by this crazy red-headed maniac. All of a sudden, at around midnight, out of the silence comes a rumbling engine that just stops and proceeds to idle in front of my grandma's house for several minutes. I peeped outside through the Venetian blinds above the bed and then ducked back onto the bed as soon as I saw headlights in a strange truck in the street. I did not see if it was in fact the man from the antique shop, and since I'm alive, I'm fine with that. I didn't sleep much that night, between my fear of imminent harm and the spooky porcelain dolls in my grandma's room that stared vacantly at me. And that's how I came to fear the sound of an idling engine. Hey everyone, I'm newer to posting on Reddit. I wanted to ask what anyone thought about this situation. I just came home from a coffee shop where I went alone. While I was there, I sat down at a very small table against the wall with 2 seats. I was sitting in one seat and the other was empty. I was just working on my computer, and a woman came and sat down across from me without a word. She plugged her charger into the plug right by my leg, and then just sat there. She went somewhere, then came back. She was doing her makeup. As she finished up, a man she seemed to know came and told her something, so she got up and left with him. Hours passed, and she did not come back to the table. I think they left as I did not see her again. Everything was fine until I was packing up to go. When I closed my computer, I saw 3 items that she left on the table. It was nail clippers, an old pop socket for a phone, and what appeared to be a pamphlet. I left them there and told the staff to be careful. I just found the whole encounter odd. She literally did not say a word to me and just sat at the tiny table with me. It was awkward, but I didn't feel unsafe till I got home and told my partner what happened. I don't know if this matters, but I asked her if she was good, but she was just kind of mumbling in what sounded like another language. Now that I'm writing this, I'm actually genuinely worried that she was being trafficked. Does anyone have any thoughts? Thank you. This happened to me today, and it shook me to my core. I'm still crying a little as I type this. I went to the bus stop after an appointment, and he was already waiting there. He started off with some small talk about horror books and some video games. He asked why I was nervous and shaking, so I informed him about my ADHD and how I was taking medicine for it. He said I didn't need medicine. All I needed was a hand to hold with someone like him. That was the first red flag, as he was serious when he said this. We boarded the bus together. I was seated at the window, and he was seated right next to me. We talked for a while about games some more, when he asked to hold my hand. My hands are almost permanently cold, so I figured it wouldn't do any harm. He asked if I could come home with him. Red flag number 2. A while after, he put my leg onto his, and he kissed my cheek. That was where I drew the line. I pushed him away and told him not only am I in a relationship, I wasn't interested in guys. He spent the rest of the ride apologizing, complimenting me, talking about himself and how he was sleeping with 3 other women, but also not in a relationship, and asking to hold my hand again, which I declined, and claiming he would be my friend and maybe something a little more. I kept repeating that I am taken and gay, to which he laughed and said that he could be my super gay boyfriend. I told him that I'm not interested and to leave me alone, rushing off the bus and hiding behind a pillar at the location. Not even a minute later, he had followed me off and was looking for me. I darted out without him seeing me and hid there until I knew he was gone. I'm posting this because one of the things he told me was downright gut-wrenching. I don't even need to take the bus. I just do it to find people like you. I've reported him to CSA, but not the police yet. He told me his full name as he was talking about himself, so I probably could give the police a name and a description if I did decide to talk to them. But right now, I'm just shaken up and scared. I'm not going to add lots of really specific details here because I feel like if I do, someone will figure out I wrote this. But I am a junior in high school, a 17-year-old female, and my dad's friends had a small meetup sometime back, and one of his friends was there. At the beginning of the party, he was acting fairly normal and I didn't think much of him. Then he started touching and caressing my knee whenever we sat down in a very uncomfortable way. He'd even be so bold as to caress my thigh sometimes. Sometimes he'd just do this randomly, but other times he'd do this and start talking to me, getting up real close to my face with really long and uncomfortable eye contact. I felt a little concerned, especially because he kept asking me about what I do in my free time and whether I liked boys and what me and my friends talk about. This isolated wouldn't seem too weird to me, but it was combined with everything else that made me feel really weirded out. He talked to me not like I was his friend's daughter, but like I was his friend. One time I remember getting up to get some lemonade. All the adults were in a separate room, and he'd come right behind me and caress my back, and ask more about my life with, again, really uncomfortable closeness and eye contact. Whenever I sat down, he'd make extra sure that he was near me. Another time he just sat next to me and slung his arm over my shoulders and kept asking me stuff, which I awkwardly but very politely responded to. And while this was happening, he said, "I think I should spend more time with you, just you and me," with a horrible smile. That smile irked me so horribly, I felt like running. When we were leaving, he was the only adult who hugged me, and he hugged me for a long time. He specifically put his arms around my waist and gripped it really tightly, which I have been told is an extremely intimate way to hug, but I could be overblowing it. After he hugged me several times, he asked me when I could see him next, and how he really wanted to see me again. I told him I was unsure. Then, out of nowhere, he started helping my mom and dad with bringing their stuff to the car, which was extremely unnecessary since we only had a few bags, which we could definitely carry ourselves, but he didn't say anything. He continued getting touchy-feely with me until we made it to the car, where he insisted another hug, and I gave it to him. After which he said, "Please, come again sometime. Please." Really insistently, to which I said I would see if I could. To a normal person, he just seems like a really friendly and genuine guy, but I have a really bad gut feeling about him. The worst part is my dad witnessed most of this, but he said nothing. He continued like normal. I thought maybe at least after the party he'd blow up or tell me to never be alone with that guy ever, but he just said nothing, which makes me feel like I might be overreacting. I'm not sure. I need some assurance or maybe some clarity about what exactly this is. If he really does turn out to be a creep, it's absolutely sickening, because apparently he's known and held me as a baby, which is a disgusting thought in my mind. I don't know. Any thoughts? Update. Okay, so this got quite a bit of attention out of nowhere, but I just wanted to clear a few things. By the way, this was intended as a throwaway account, so if one day I accidentally go inactive, it's because I don't see a point to keeping the account any longer. Anyways, I'll be referring to my dad's friend as the creep, since I can firmly establish that he's creepy now. First, I just want to say thank you so much for the sweet, sweet comments, concern about my well-being, and wishing the best for me. It really means so much more than you guys could ever know, and I wholeheartedly appreciate the care that you guys put into the advice and comments that you've shared. You guys are awesome. Secondly, I want to address the amount of concern for me in these comments, because to a certain extent, I feel like people think this event has traumatized me, and I would like to clarify, I am in absolutely no emotional or physical distress over this. Of course, this event disturbed me and made me want to avoid the creep, but I would never let my life be demolished over a man who's balding, not gonna lie. This isn't to shame or downgrade the experiences of people who have been traumatized by stuff like this or worse than this, because I have seen the terrible impact that it can have and how seriously it can mess you up. I guess I should have been more careful in my wording. It was uncomfortable, yes, but I was also mostly annoyed at it. It wasn't like I was scared, just felt awkward about it. It wasn't much better, but I'm not in as terrible of a state as you guys think I am. I just wanted everyone to know that I am doing fine. College applications and graduation stresses me out more and takes up more of my time and headspace than this event. So don't feel bad for me because my life is pretty good at the moment. I don't see the creep that much at all. Even when I do, it's in large public areas where friends and family are around, so I don't feel suffocated or controlled or helpless around him. And I guess I should have clarified this, but I did try to make attempts to shrug him off, and he did retreat back a lot of those times, only for him to do it again. Crazy. I feel like people think that I just let myself be a sitting duck, and it's my fault for that. I apologize. But I'll be more vocal with my discomfort next time. Thank you guys. And thirdly, to everyone telling me to inform my parents, which are basically all the comments, I appreciate the advice, and I know where you're coming from. People in this situation should tell their parents. But me telling my parents would probably do nothing. The thing with my parents is they are very, I guess you could say, emotionally unintelligent. They won't be able to understand what exactly or how exactly the creep's actions make me uncomfortable. I could try explaining, but that is a long and tedious process, and it could just lead to a big fight in the end with everyone hating each other. So I've decided against it unless I want a change in them, which I highly doubt is going to happen. But you guys are right. If not my parents, I should at least tell a trusted adult. I just need to figure out who, and you guys can be rest assured I will tell a trusted adult. Fourthly, everyone calling my dad out and saying he enabled the creep to do it. I know where you guys are coming from again, and I even agree with this to a certain level about why he didn't say a thing. Most fathers would freak out. Sadly though, my father is not most fathers. Not to say that he's an awful father, he's just not the best. As I said, my parents are very emotionally unintelligent. I'm not sure how both of them are this way, but it's the cards I've been dealt, and I have to sort of deal with it. So I'm pretty sure when my dad saw this happening, he misinterpreted the entire situation, or maybe he just didn't understand that this was highly inappropriate. However, my dad does get mad at stuff like this when he recognizes it. One time when another creep was sniffing and playing with my hair on a subway, I'm pretty sure that guy was not mentally sound. My dad pushed him and stomped on his foot pretty aggressively. My dad's a pretty big dude, so the guy got scared crapless. So I know he doesn't enable it, and I highly doubt that he'd let it slide just because the creep's a friend. They don't even talk to each other until they meet up, which is like once or twice a year. So I'm pretty sure of this theory of mine. I think he just didn't recognize a more subtle form of creepiness, or played it off because he thinks his friend wouldn't do that. A lot of people in the comments have shared this theory as well, and I highly agree with it knowing my dad. A second theory is coming from the fact that my dad is a very strict disciplinarian, and he did not want to cause a scene at the party or in front of me, because he doesn't want to seem as emotional or aggressive. He's had a complicated past of anger issues and is trying to learn how to control it. So I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want to lose his head, and in turn lose all of his progress of trying not to let the anger control him. But I'm pretty sure if he recognized what was wrong with it, he would have talked about it with my mom privately. I don't want to talk about it with my dad or mom, because I know they both don't know how to handle it or talk about it well. So it's better if they just figure their own crap out and just keep a secret of protection control, or whatever on me whenever this happens. As for why my mom said nothing, well, she wasn't around me for most of the night. She was busy talking with her friends, so I'm pretty sure that she didn't notice either. I know this may be a biased opinion from a young, naive teenage girl, but I think that this is probably likely. And fifth, I'm going to go to college next year, so I'm probably going to meet the creep like once again in the entire rest of my life, and I can protect myself pretty nicely, especially when there are people around. I will try to be more vocal about him trying to touch me or feel me now, whenever he does it, of course. Thank you guys for telling me that. I don't want to think about this night for the rest of my life like it was a scar on my psyche, because, in honest truth, regardless of the creep's weird behavior, I had a lot of fun with my siblings and cousins that night, and I don't want to taint that fun with whatever that guy has going on. I'm going to go to college pretty soon, and I want to be able to leave all this behind me. I want to be a new, better person with new friends and new experiences, but I still gotta have a little bit of the old with me. So I can honestly say life's got bigger plans for me than this, and I'm not gonna let it drag me down. Again, thank you all so much for the supportive comments and the sweet things you've said to encourage me. I appreciate it so much. More than you guys could ever know. And to everyone else, keep going. Sincerely, have a lovely rest of your lives, because I'm pretty sure that after this, there's no real point in updating. If there is something really urgently relevant, then I might update. But until then, see you later. I think someone tried to kidnap me a long time ago. I'm curious what you all think. When I was a teenager, I worked at this fast food restaurant in my hometown as my first job. And since it was connected to a gas station and open until 11 p.m. every night, I have a bunch of weird stories from working there. This one isn't the weirdest, but definitely the creepiest. For context, a few other teenage girls had gone missing at this time, and one of them had last been seen at my work. At the same time, I was learning about human trafficking in school, and actually how common it is in my hometown. One method of kidnapping victims that we were warned about was that present victims would try to recruit other victims, or lure them to another location where they will be kidnapped. I'm not sure how accurate this is. I don't remember the information as clearly now. So one night, I clocked out of work at 10:30 p.m. and walked to my car. I lock the doors as soon as I get in, and as I'm getting ready to back out of the parking space, a car pulls behind my vehicle, blocking my exit, and a woman gets out of the passenger side and walks to my door. This woman starts yelling, asking for directions to a road that I've never heard of. I'm yelling back that I have no idea what road she's talking about, and she starts going on about "I can't hear you," and "Can you please just open your door?" Of course I don't. And then she eventually gets back in the car and they drive out of the parking lot. This was so odd, especially as an adult now looking back on it, because why would an adult woman think it's okay to go up to a young girl and ask for directions in the middle of the night? You have to know that that would be inappropriate and scary to do so, right? And also, the gas station and drive-thru were both open. Why not just go in there and ask for directions? Especially after they couldn't hear me. Why leave the lot and not go ask for directions from someone else? I don't know. I think about this every so often and wonder what was really going on. What do you guys think was happening? Maybe I just watched too much true crime. I don't know. I attended college in Northwest Georgia. The school had a campus of 27,000 acres for approximately 2,000 students. So, as you can imagine, it was mostly fields and woodlands. My senior year, the school was short on housing for women and asked for female volunteers to move into apartments on a remote part of the campus. They had been built back in the 1930s to house workers for the school dairy and were a couple miles from the main parts of campus. The apartment complex was small, maybe 8 units. It sat atop a hill with lovely views and had access to hiking trails. Plus, when you went to a school that would expel you for drinking wine or having boys stay over, the added privacy was a huge bonus. My roommate, Ella, and I quickly signed up. Ella and I liked walking on the trails in the evenings, and usually headed back to our place just before sunset. Like most colleges, ours came with its fair share of ghost stories and tales of cryptids, but the woods had always been peaceful on our walks. Anyways, we were together, so we felt safe. One evening in late spring, we headed down a trail that veered further from the main road than the route we usually took. We walked along as usual, chatting and being silly. As we walked, the woods seemed to grow dark and quicker than usual. We were familiar with the sunset times, and it seemed far too early to be losing light. I told myself we had been mistaken about the time, or that I was just imagining it. The trail was well worn, so even if it got dark, we'd be able to find our way back to the road easily. Then something started feeling off. I don't really know how else to explain it. It felt as if very suddenly we weren't safe and that we were being watched. Ella and I are both very talkative people, so I knew that she must be feeling something weird as well, because neither of us was saying much as we walked. Anyone who has been to Georgia in warm months knows that the woods here are loud. The cicadas alone can be deafening. At the start of our walk, we heard bugs and birds all around us. I don't know when it began, but I realized that the sound of insects had faded away, and the woods around us had fallen silent. I kept walking because I didn't want to give in to an overactive imagination. But the sound of each step I took seemed to blast through the trees, announcing our presence. I want to say that I began to hear a rumble in the trees around us, but that isn't exactly true. I didn't hear anything, but the sense of something angry and threatening seemed to close in on all sides. The air felt heavy and close. I felt like I was going crazy because there was literally nothing happening that should have been causing me to feel that way. It was just absolute dread. I forced my feet forward because I felt certain that I was overreacting, but my skin prickled. I jumped when Ella broke the silence by saying, do you want to turn around? Yes, I said without hesitating and spun on my heel. As I took my first step back towards the trailhead, I felt a sharp yank. Something pulled the hood of my jacket so hard that it fell halfway down my back and was at my elbows. Without speaking, Ella and I immediately bolted. We ran until we couldn't breathe. I was too scared to look back, but I felt eyes trained on us. We made it home and bolted the doors. No clue what happened, but that was our last hiking adventure. I once held a hunting lease in Middle Georgia. It was an abandoned hunting camp that hadn't been used in several years. I'm not superstitious at all, but this place was legitimately spooky. It was miles down an overgrown dirt road and completely surrounded by woods. It's probably the most secluded place I've ever been. I used to hunt there by myself a lot, and there was always this weird sense that I wasn't alone out there. There was a locked gate at the front of the property, but it was not uncommon for us to find the front door of the cabin open, even when the door was locked. That was pretty creepy, but that's not what this story is about. One evening, I was hunting down in a small valley by a food plot we put lining a creek that bordered the property. From the minute I sat down, I had a weird feeling, like I wasn't in a safe place, even though I was holding a .308 with ballistic-tipped rounds. I didn't feel like I was the top predator out there. I didn't see any deer while I was sitting in the stand, but the forest was abuzz with activity. Birds, squirrels, and other critters singing their normal evening symphony. And then, all of a sudden, silence. Everything just stopped. It felt like everything in the woods were looking right at me. It was getting dark fast anyways, and I was extremely creeped out. So I packed up my gear and started the walk back up to the cabin. About 100 yards away, I had this feeling that something was coming up behind me. I spun around and pointed my rifle back down the path towards the fluid plot, and that's when I saw it. There was something standing in the middle of the path. It wasn't a person, but it didn't look like a deer or anything I've seen before. There was hardly any light to make out any features, but it almost looked like some kind of bipedal deer or something. It was just standing there, staring at me. I quickly made my way back to the cabin, packed up my stuff, and got out of there. I just let the lease run out, and I never went back after that. Okay, so my friends and I decided to go camping and have some drinks. We were pretty far off in the woods and there were no houses or other campsites near us, and no sign of any other people in the area. We eventually fell asleep for the night. Everybody else was asleep in their tents, and myself and one of my friends fell asleep in hammocks we had up near the dirt road. At one point in the night, probably around 2 to 3 a.m., we both woke up cold, because we only had thin blankets, and start talking and trying to wake up a bit, when out of nowhere we hear this weird human-sounding whistle. It didn't scare me at first because I know there are a lot of animals that could make that kind of noise, especially where we live in central Missouri. But it was strange because it was a two-tone whistle. Think like Negan in The Walking Dead, and we heard it every few seconds. It seemed to get closer every time, until eventually it sounded like it was maybe 20 feet away. At that point, I was really scared, and my friend and I jumped up to start up a fire, and heard it once after that, maybe 2 to 5 minutes later, on the opposite side of the woods. I did a lot of research the next day, trying to figure out if there were any animals that make that sound, but I couldn't find any that whistled the way that whatever was in the woods did. I'm just wondering if anyone here knows what kind of animal it might be, or if somebody has any supernatural explanation, because I found plenty about why you shouldn't whistle in the woods at night, but nothing about hearing whistles. I was in my early 20s and went camping with my spouse and another couple, way up in the Smoky Mountains, about an hour from the nearest small town. There are 2 to 3 other sites, but none close enough to hear anybody. It's probably 1 a.m., and we're sitting around the fire, talking, and hear somebody whistle the Hunger Games whistle 3 to 5 times. We laughed it off and kept talking, figured it was another camper out for a stroll or something. We do live in the crackhead capital, and people do weird stuff. Let me set the scene. My friends were on the opposite side of the fire facing the rest of the camp. My back is to camp and I'm facing the woods. My dog is asleep by me. It's fall, and there's leaves everywhere, and walking through camp was crunchy. An hour or more later after the Hunger Games whistling, I feel eerie. Like, it's pitch black around us, and I've always been a little scared of the dark. I turn around and glance behind me, and I felt what I thought was something white and then something black attached. I even said that was weird and we kept talking. It had to be my mind playing tricks in the dark because I'm a pansy. A few minutes later, I still feel weird. I turn around again and my eyes focus on the white and black. I can now tell the white is the top of a shirt and the white short sleeves. I literally screamed, "Who the heck is that?" And flashlights immediately click on. A federal marshal introduces himself. A game warden is with him. I literally saw his white t-shirt and black vest in the dark. He was no more than 5 feet behind me for God knows how long. Like I said, it's very crunchy out, and my high alert cattle dog never hurt him either. I'll cut the story short. I've rambled long enough. They checked all our alcohol. He wanted to know where I buy my blackberry whiskey, and looked in cigarette packs and located a roach my friend had smoked an hour earlier. He said that's mainly what they do in this area, is listen in on camps and try to do drug busts. They park way down the road and walk into camps. He said they wouldn't have even bothered us if I hadn't noticed him. He wrote my friend a $300 ticket for the roach and disappeared back into the dark. Scared the crap out of me, to say the least. I don't think any of us spoke the rest of that night, and we packed up early the next morning and went home a day early. We camped a lot, and 10 years later I still get a little sketched out after dark. How 4 people and a dog could be snuck up on in the woods like that still creeps me out. When I was about 10 or 11, my dad lived in an old farmhouse way out in the country in southern Ohio. I mean, the nearest one-stoplight hamlet was about 10 miles away, and the nearest proper town was about 10 miles from that. Late 1800s house on about 30 wooded acres. One day, me and my brother, 4 years older than me, are up in the woods with our dog. My dad's rule was that the dog had to be with us if we were going in the woods, just tooling around and being rambunctious kids. After a while, we came across what I can only describe as a dilapidated shack, which had to be at least as old as our house. One room with a dirt floor. We went in and found a very old and deteriorated feather mattress laid on the ground, some silverware, and some old kerosene lamps. Being rowdy young boys, we took great pleasure in breaking what was left of the lamps and carving our initials into the wall of the shack. At this point, it's getting to be sundown, so we start back down the hill to the house, but our dog isn't moving. He's fixated on the tree line behind us, and his hair is raised and his head is low. No matter how we call him, he wouldn't budge and started to growl a low, rumbling growl. Then we heard laughter coming from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like a chuckle at first, then a full-on belly laugh. We then booked it down the hillside after the initial confusion was replaced by fear and adrenaline, as the laughter continued and the dog charged the other way. I heard a commotion behind me about 30 seconds later, and the dog caught up with us, but wheeled back around and stood his ground again, snarling and barking all the while. This repeated till we made it down the hillside and back into the house. I don't know who or what we encountered in the woods that day, but a few things are certain. I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. Our dog sensed something in there before we did, and he did not like it one bit. And after that incident, he would frequently sit staring at the tree line in the backyard. I've been back to the property since, and it's now overgrown and thoroughly abandoned, which just adds to the creepy and unsettling vibe the place already had. I couldn't bring myself to actually set foot on the property beyond what's left of the driveway the last time I was there, and couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Again, this property is pretty far out of the way for this to logically have been a drug addict or something, and it was far and away not the only incident to occur out there. But in speaking with my brother about it even now, 16 to 17 years later, it still slightly rattles the both of us. I was out in the woods the other day with my dog and partner, out in Northern California near this area called Deadwood on the map. We were going to Cherry Lake and decided it was too far, so we ended up going down some random Forest Service roads. We stopped in this clearing where people had camped before just to check it out. Something called us down there. We hear shooting way off in the distance. I'm wandering around the little clearing with my dog and he starts to point, locked in on the opposite side of the clearing towards the trees. The trees are thick. The feeling in this clearing is thick. I don't see anything. We shush up to listen for more shooting, and then we hear this weird twinkling, tinkling sound, like crystal or glass tinkling off of each other. Kinda like watery twinkling sounds. It's so hard to describe. My dog got in the car. I got behind my car door and grabbed my gun. I shined my laser into the trees and couldn't see anything. The twinkling stopped when my partner racked his gun. We both heard it though. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. I walked to the tree line where the sound was coming from and spoke out into the trees. I said hello a few times and listened. Nothing. My partner goes, "Whatever it was, it's gone." And I could swear I still heard the faintest little twinkling sound. We listened for a few more moments before leaving the area. Was it fairies? Was it aliens? Does anyone have any clue what we might have heard? 'Cause it was real. None of my hunting friends have any idea. Does anyone hear? Around this time last year, my family made a trip out to eastern Arizona to rent a cabin and soak in the fall vibes. Surprising to some, Arizona has some pretty dazzling leaf peeping if you know where to look. We set out for a hike along the Black River to get some fresh air. Lots of fresh air. It was super windy that day, and I didn't think to bring a coat, so I wrapped myself up in my niece's blankie. She was 4 and the other child was 2, so the hike only lasted for about 2 hours, one in and one out. On the way out, I started to feel like someone was running up on me and leering over my shoulder. At some points, I thought I could hear the faint sound of footsteps behind me, but every time I turned to look, the others were too far behind. My sister caught up to me at one point, and she could tell that I was a little rattled. Since we had the kids with us and still a bit of a walk to get back, I was trying not to raise the alarm. But I've had this sense since we were kids, so she knows the look I get when I feel something she can't. After a little prodding, I told her what I'd been feeling. As I spoke, we suddenly heard the shrill crescendo of chimes being struck by the wind. My sister jumped and clung to my arm as we spotted the chimes in a nearby tree. They were colorful bar chimes that to me appeared to be shaped like feathers. They were unlike any chimes I'd ever seen before, and I definitely didn't see them when I hiked through that same spot on the way in. Considering how windy it was that day, we definitely would have heard them. Back in 2010, I was driving around looking for a place to bird hunt. I finally stopped at a piece of town-owned property that I had only gone on once before, and that was to fish for trout in a brook that crossed about a mile in. After parking, I started down an old tote road that split the property for its entire length. The day was very nice and nothing seemed unusual. I followed the road until I got to the far side of an old wood yard that abutted the stream. That's when it just got quiet. The opening was probably 20 yards across the brook, hidden behind some alders on the other side. I sensed it before it heard it. Something told me not to go across the clearing to the stream. I've spent a lifetime in the woods, and I've only had that feeling a few times. The first sound that I heard were heavy steps, very deliberate and slow. I couldn't see what was making that sound, and for no reason I felt fear. I knew that I did not want to see what was approaching me. It stopped at the brook, and I heard it cross and walk to the edge of the alders, then stop. All that I had was a single-shot 20 gauge with birdshot. I had a feeling of danger. It moved on the inside of the alders to my left a few yards at the time. The only glimpse that I caught was a dark, narrow figure, very tall, as in at least 7 feet. Not knowing what else to do, I pointed my shotgun in the air and touched off a shot. It just stayed where it was. I shouted. It did not move. That little voice told me to go. Don't run, but go. As I backed up, the alders where I last heard it moved and parted as if it were getting a better look. But whatever it was stayed right there as to let me know it saw me and to go no further. That mile walk back to my truck felt as if I was walking through a cemetery at night, always turning around, looking everywhere. This encounter is played over and over in my mind. I don't know what it was. I've never gone back, only because something inside of me is saying that it would not end well. 14 years later and it still scares me. Anyways, that's my encounter, and I've never told anyone until now. Me, a 28-year-old male, my wife, a 28-year-old female, and our dog recently went to Red River Gorge, a state park in southeastern Kentucky. We're no strangers to camping in the park, having been there at least 20 times over the past 8 years. We chose a spot I've been to 2 to 3 times before. It's worth noting that this site is outside of other dispersed camping areas and is essentially the only proper spot with car parking along a 2-mile stretch of road. There's a dilapidated barn about a mile up from where we drove in, and a cemetery about a third of a mile in the opposite direction. Otherwise, it's a rarely traveled road, and we saw no one all day, just an occasional car, maybe 1 or 2 an hour. The spot is at the base of a 30-foot incline that a 4x4 could handle. Our SUV was parked horizontally at the top, blocking other vehicles from descending. From there, it's about 30 yards into the campground, with another slope leading to the river's edge and swimming hole. The day went great. We spent time near the beach, letting our dog swim, then did typical camping activities like hiking, foraging, chopping wood, throwing the hatchet, and enjoying a few beers. Once sunlight began to fade at around 6:30, we started the fire and began cooking dinner. As darkness fell and the last light disappeared, we heard the usual sounds: squirrels rustling, things falling into the leaves, which spooked my wife a bit, but we didn't think much of it. Then, at about 9 p.m., sitting around the healthy fire and listening to music, we heard heavy shuffling in the leaves. Definitely something large or heavy. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the road, about halfway between us and our car. I stopped the music, and after about 10 seconds of dead silence, we heard the shuffling again. Before I could call out, we heard this strange and unnatural noise. Something like a throttling, ascending pitch mixed with a shriek. Neither of us can verbally describe it, and I can confidently say that I've never heard anything like it before. It was about 20 to 25 feet away, just outside the reach of my headlamp. Our dog went insane, hair standing on end, barking incessantly into the woods. He was on a long lead, or I'm sure he would have taken off after it. My wife and I were frozen. I was holding my hatchet and trying to catch any movement or sound to track. After about 2 to 3 minutes of that with no further noises, I calmed the dog and we grabbed some essentials and hurried to the car. Our adrenaline was pumping as we discussed coyotes, foxes, or other animals as the possible culprits. I didn't want to mention the possibility of people, as that would have heightened the paranoia. We eventually passed out after about an hour, but I spent the rest of the night in and out of shallow sleep, feeling very uncomfortable both mentally and physically. I've always struggled to sleep anyway except fully horizontal. At around 3 a.m., right next to my head, I heard a singular knock on my window, like someone tapped the glass with one knuckle. My wife didn't wake up, and I scanned the outside of the car but didn't see or hear anything. I struggled to doze off again, and my heartbeat was rapid. When we finally got the first light around 7 a.m., we cooked breakfast, packed up our campsite, and got out of Dodge. No prints or anything out of the sorts with our remaining belongings either. What's strange to me is that after hearing the noise, we heard no additional heavy shuffling from the source. With our dog barking so aggressively, we should have heard whatever it was moving away. We've looked up various animal noises native to the gorge, and nothing even remotely resembles what we heard. The knock on the window was also isolated. There were no other noises or visible happenings outside the car immediately following. Lastly, I had a thought the day after we left. I remember whistling for our dog after dark, since we had some scraps to give him near the fire. Immediately I thought, man, I shouldn't have whistled. But up until this trip, I've never been a believer in those superstitions. I just like to respect the folklore I've heard. In hindsight, we're now convinced I may have invited a Wendigo or skinwalker to our camp. I won't take those superstitions lightly again, and I'm sure that this occurrence will affect at least my next few overnights in those woods. So I live in the southeastern corner of South Dakota. There isn't a lot of wooded areas down here, but there is some. My boyfriend and I have been spending lots of time exploring the few wooded areas that we have. Yesterday afternoon, we went to this one area. We would not have expected anything to happen because it was still decently close to the town of Brandon. If anything, our concern would have been people. This park/wooded area has lots of things to explore for the area, and we brought one of his friends with us. We are more intense with our hikes than he is, so he let us leave him behind and we went exploring off the beaten trail and did our own thing. By the time we were getting back to the area we left him, the sun was starting to set, and he wasn't there. So we called him up and he said he was headed back to the car. It's important to note that during this time we were making these screams back and forth at each other, trying to see if we could hear each other beyond the phone. Boyfriend and I had one more trail we wanted to explore, so we headed down that trail, and then eventually it was actually getting dark, so we made it back to the trail that took us back to the car. We were walking through the woods and joking about how friend was probably going to try and scare us or something. We saw a deer and didn't think anything of it, but it slightly startled myself originally. Finally, we made it to this area that is where the woods start to turn to prairie, and we heard this scream, and a really fast deer jumped through this tree that was split into two branches. I don't know how a good way to explain that tree layout. We, being logical, started calling out to this friend, being like, "Hey, you got us, not funny." But it clearly wasn't our friend. We were a little on edge after that, but just picking up our pace getting back to the car. Him and I took turns kind of looking back behind us, and I saw what looked like an obese man just kind of standing on the trail behind us, but it had more of a ghost-like presence to it than an actual man. Boyfriend looked back at some point and said, "Hey, I don't want to scare you, but it almost looks like there is a person back there or something." My face just dropped and I said word for word, "You saw it too?" And then we just kind of looked at each other and ran. We ended up taking the wrong path, so we had a lot longer to run. We eventually made it back to the car. His friend was there, and he swears on his life that he wasn't messing with us. Either way, no way this dude could have ran that fast, or looked like that what we saw behind us. When we got home, we started trying to look stuff up. We think it could be a skinwalker, but also this is South Dakota. We're on Lakota Sioux, not Navajo land. Either way, very creepy experience. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my friends in northern New Mexico. I've been to this specific camping spot since I was a kid. I never felt scared or anything of it until we went back this most recent trip. We arrived at around 6 to 7 p.m. at night, so it was already dark. So we set up our tent quickly and went to bed, but couldn't sleep because of how quiet it was. There wasn't a bug or bird or animal sound all night and into the morning, and we were creeped out all night. When we left the following morning, I was taking pictures on the way out and recently looked at them about a year ago and noticed something that looks like a being standing behind a tree. I don't believe it was a burnt tree or log. It looks like you can see a small space between the tree and whatever the object is towards the bottom of the tree. Any ideas what it could be? I learned on this subreddit that you aren't supposed to whistle in the woods in Appalachia or respond to your name being called. The thing is, my mom's family has lived in backwoods Appalachia in East Tennessee since the 1600s. My dad's been there since the 1700s. Myself, my mother, both grandmothers, and several cousins are and were into local history and folklore. I read a ton of books on it as a kid in the 90s. Never heard a single word about not whistling or responding to your name. My mother particularly rolls her eyes at not responding to being called, because my grandma was going to track down the kids instead of just yelling for them. So I'm curious, when and where did you first hear about these purported Appalachian superstitions? My mom's convinced they're entirely fake, made up by online folk for easy spooky videos. Is she right? Do you know of evidence of it being an older superstition? This was probably about 10 years back when this happened, but I had been driving home from work once at night, as I usually do. I take back roads to get home before turning onto the main road, which takes me back to my house. Once I had turned onto the main road, it turns into 2 lanes on either side of the road for a brief moment. There's nothing on the right side of this road, just trees and a small open field with more trees in the distance, with houses on the left side of the road. The hill slopes down just a little bit before dipping upwards at an incline, so I was at the dip at the moment. I had noticed right after turning about 50 feet in front of my car off to the right side of the road, there looked to be a guy standing there wearing a white hoodie. I wasn't sure what he was doing, thinking he was trying to cross the road, but I couldn't see any other part of him other than the white hoodie. I remember thinking to myself, what is this guy doing? To get a better look, I turn on the high beams to see what he's doing, and as soon as I did that, the guy just literally floated super quickly across the other side of the road, and he was nowhere to be seen after that. It didn't look like he was running, as his body remained constant and gliding so quickly across the road. It definitely freaked me out a bit, as I'd never seen anything like that before. There was quite literally no trace of this guy at all once he ran across the road, as if he just disappeared. I know I wasn't imagining it, as I had slowed down thinking that someone was trying to cross the road. Has anyone ever had something like this happen before? This happened 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open, and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, That was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless. And they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it, because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch, while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history. So it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the two could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the 2 kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the 2 young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no.
The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time, dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly there's a knock on the door. Then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6, and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an Excel energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description. But the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat 2 young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes, because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway, screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learned it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her. I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase. As her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down, a strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace. But as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises, where Mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all, though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby. You saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby. But I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. So I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty, and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand and kind of pushed her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left, I told Amanda what happened, and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I set on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as two kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5-foot-nothing 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or two. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out." I said get out. My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the second-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching two little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the second floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front. Through the peephole, I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude. He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in the taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first one was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I noticed that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat/puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these 2 were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave, and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room, because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat I hear the thump again. But this time, it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something. And before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I closed the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only opened a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would, and it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing. Or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back. Almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake. But I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m., so the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent-sized house, 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs, and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light, so it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door, and I look around, and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed, and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife, and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me, and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed, but in the third bedroom the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whisper, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I open the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home, and she asks how Lainey was, and I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night, and either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed. And I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me. And one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine, but in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives, in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come, so my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use, so I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life. United States Merchant Marine here, sailing 4 years as of 4 days ago. I witnessed an earthquake while on board. First off, easily the scariest moment of my professional career so far. In transit along the west coast of Mexico just after lunch. Just working through my noon duties. Just my AB and myself on the bridge. All of a sudden, the ship starts shaking, slightly at first, gradually building into a serious, violent pounding shake. The best way that I can describe it is that it was similar to airplane turbulence, just slower and harder shaking. Of course, I'm shook. It only lasted about 30 seconds, but it was terrifying. My AB and I are on both bridge wings looking to see if there's something in the water that we could have hit. Maybe a submerged container? I'm verifying our position in every way possible, making sure that we didn't just sniff the bottom somehow. Being the navigator on board, I'd be in deep stuff if this were true. Better dust off the old resume. Captain comes up to the bridge. What in the heck is going on? Engine room gets called. They start checking the void spaces, machinery spaces, and bilges. Chief mate comes to the bridge, gets the bosun, and the deck gang to start sounding all the tanks. Phones and radios are going off left and right. Everyone is asking me what happened, and I've got no answers for them. After about 15 minutes, things start to settle down, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Captain heads down to his office to call the office, and presumably sign me off the ship. He comes up about 20 minutes later with a printout from the internet. About 15 miles away from us, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake under the surface. The amount of relief that washed over my entire body was almost orgasmic. Nothing seemed to be damaged in the aftermath. We all had a good laugh about it later. The captain said that I was white as a ghost when he came up. Giant spears plunging in and out of the sea are the scariest things that I've ever witnessed at sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some stuff, but one of the most terror-inspiring things that I've seen are what can happen with some of the loose logs from the logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet in the air. No biggie. It shows up on the radar and is easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so, it rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by winds and waves, and looks quite menacing. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, 50 feet through to peak, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. Rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. While based in Gibraltar, doing my sailing qualifications, we would regularly sail over to northern Africa and back to clock up miles. I was on a rotating shift as captain on a trip to Melilla with one teacher and 4 other students. I had been seeing empty water bottles bobbing in waves for some time. Although trash in the Mediterranean is unfortunately common, this had caught my attention. When just as dinner was being served, I noticed something on the horizon directly in front of us. As we got closer, it became apparent that it was a life raft full of immigrants trying to get to Europe. With no shelter and no means of propulsion, it was about 40 people just bobbing around in the sea miles from any coastline. A very serious group discussion began to take place about what action we were about to undertake. We were 6 people on a 38-foot sailing boat, days from the closest port, with limited resources and no radio contact at the time. Do we change course and try to make radio contact and raise the alarm? Do we make contact with the group and provide what assist we can until help arrives? Do we attempt to tow them back into a port on the African coast, the closest land, and risk guaranteed arrest upon arrival? We closed to about 2 miles, and I dropped the sails and began motoring to stay within close visual contact with the group as we continued to discuss what to do next. I was strongly arguing to make contact and tow the raft back to port, as you never leave someone at sea. Every sailor you know, render all possible help when it's safe to do so. Consequences can be dealt with after everybody's safely ashore. We were close enough to see the fear and doubt on each other's face, when out of the haze came a 70-foot Spanish Coast Guard vessel to save the day. They pulled up alongside of the life raft, dropped a net over the side, and had everybody climb aboard. Although we had been trying to make radio contact and send out emergency transmissions constantly in both English and Spanish, the Coast Guard never acknowledged us, either before or after they arrived on the scene. Once everybody was aboard, they promptly turned back towards Spain and powered off into the haze from which they'd come. We dodged an international incident that day, and I will never forget how lucky I am to be born in the country that I'm from. I was on a small sailboat about 100 miles offshore. I hadn't gotten any sleep in about 60 hours because the swell was so bad, and I don't think anyone else had either. So the captain had us doubled up on watches so no one worked alone. I came on watch just after sunset and relieved the skipper, who went below to heat up dinner. The next thing I know, there's a commotion below, and the skipper sets the stove on the companionway and flames pouring out of the wrong part of it. I looked at the fire. What a weird stove, I thought. It didn't do that yesterday. I looked at the helmsman. He looked at the fire, then looked at me as if to say, "Is that real?" We both looked back at the flaming stove. Stoves aren't supposed to do that, I thought. Then we looked at each other again for a moment. Then back at the flaming stove. I watched it for a moment more. It's kind of pretty, I thought. Then the skipper stuck his head back out the hatch and bellowed, "Well, get it off the boat already." I suddenly snapped out of my daze, picked the stove up by the end that wasn't on a fire, and threw it overboard. It sailed end over end through the air, trailing flames until it landed with a splash, and for a few moments bobbed and burned like a torch on the open sea. And then, with one last belch of flame, it sank. I looked at the helmsman, then at the owner, and the gravity of the situation sank in. We had just escaped a major galley fire by the narrowest of hairs, and we were so doggone tired that we hadn't even realized it in the moment. There was no damage somehow. There were no injuries. All we lost was the jettisoned stove. There weren't even any scorch marks on the galley. And yet, If things had gone ever so slightly differently, we were minutes away from having to launch the life raft and abandon ship in the dark. As it was, we got out the backup jet boil, finished heating up dinner, and ate. I finally got some sleep 4 days later when we made it to port. Last year, I was at the beach with my parents. My dad and I go scuba diving a lot, and I go snorkeling alone quite often. This day, a storm was coming over the horizon, but it was still far away, and I figured that I have enough time to go snorkeling for a little bit. And I'm snorkeling down about half a kilometer down our extremely rocky beach. Depth, 6 meters. If a wave threw me on the rocks, nobody would find me, nor would I stay alive. That's how sharp they were. And suddenly the wind starts to pick up. I'm oblivious. Suddenly it goes dark. The storm clouds finally came about, and I realize that I'm in a pickle. I start swimming back, slowly snorkeling, when suddenly I swallowed huge amounts of water through my snorkel. I pull my head out of the water, and I see nothing but waves. Huge waves. I can't see the shore. In the end, I got back to shore safely before the storm hit. If I stayed in a little longer, I would have been lost at sea. My brother and I, as well as a couple of our friends, were sailing on 2 people sail-driven catamarans in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany, France. He was sailing with his friend, and I was sailing with mine. It was a clear, sunny morning, a bit of a rare event in the region, which is usually rainy and foggy. We were not far off from each other, maybe 20 to 25 meters away, catching the winds, making some good speed and distance. At some points, I turned behind me to look at their catamaran, my brother and his friend Pierre, and it's as if I had seen it all happen right before my eyes. My brother was half crouched, maneuvering the ropes on the sail, and had stood up just a little to take in the view. Right behind him was the huge side mast, which was swinging fast towards him. I could not let out a word out of my mouth as I watched him get hit in the bag and flung overboard. The speed that we were going at, it's almost as if he became a dot in the sea too quick. There was little time for me to maneuver the catamaran back to him, and Pierre was pretty much manning his alone and unable to get a decent grasp on it all, as he was a beginner. I jumped up. I was steering out back on my catamaran, away from flying sails, and motioned this nearby speedboat as I screamed for help, pointing them towards the direction of my brother, whose head we could see in the distance bobbing up and down. The speedboat just slid effortlessly fast near him and rescued him. Those few seconds, maybe a minute or two, were very scary, but luckily he was wearing a life jacket, and our elementary school teachers had hired a really good sailing instructor company for our sea trip to Brittany, at the tender age of 8 to 9 years old. Sorry for the bait and switch. It felt too good to pass up the opportunity of telling a scary sailboat story from the perspective of a child. It was way less scary than it looked, really, but still pretty adventurous. We were really far from shore. Two friends and I took a trip to Indonesia a few years ago. We booked a 4-day boat trip to the Komodo Islands and discovered when we got to the harbor that our vessel was a bit smaller than we'd expected. There were 6 of us on the trip and a handful of crew, including a kid, literally, on work experience. On the second night of the trip, after 2 days of sun and calm seas, We sat and watched the stars as the waves slowly grew until it clouded over and the sea was too rough to be outside. The work experience kid was seasick, and he went to sleep in a blanket indoors on the deck of the boat. We all eventually went to sleep. I slept fitfully for an hour before waking up to a howling gale, our tiny boat being tossed about like a toy in the storm. We were sleeping on a raised section, so I climbed down to find one of my friends sat shaking on the deck. As he watched the work experience kid slide back and forth, wrapped in his blanket. I looked out the portholes to see the sea one second and the black sky the next. I tried to reassure him that it was nothing major, whilst absolutely terrified and wondering what I would do if we capsized. This was when we noticed that a couple of the crew members had appeared and were now kneeling on their prayer mats, praying. Obviously, this freaked us out. My friend began to shout and scream, in no uncertain terms, telling me that he didn't want to die at sea. I pictured a newspaper story detailing the deaths of 6 travelers. I might have said a prayer at some point, though I'm usually not one for that. A fellow traveler came down and passed us each a biscuit, and I found this calm and reassuring. However, he was still wondering about whether we were about to drown at sea. We'd already heard that he worked on boats and told us he'd been on much heavier seas and that it would be fine. But he still appeared somewhat shaken. The storm did not abate, but as we had as of yet not been thrown into the sea, we decided to go back to bed. Eventually, I managed to fall into a restless sleep. We woke up the next morning to the gentle murmur of small waves, and we go back outside to find ourselves moored in a beautiful lagoon with a white beach on a calm sea. And that is the story of how we nearly drowned. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy. I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse, which had a sunken tidal path to it. And long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly becomes way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this, being 6, but my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels, and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen, and I remember distinctly just thinking that I was going to die. It was getting dim. Nobody was around, and my mom later told me that she desperately was trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me, without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top, the path was completely covered by water. I was fine but shaken, and my mom never took us down that way again without triple checking the tide times. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean. Tides can come in quicker than you ever expect. Don't play around with them. I used to live in Jamaica and loved being very close to the ocean. However, one night I had a strange experience. I was listening to some music with a friend on the veranda of my villa that backed up directly to the sea. I have a habit of staring into the ocean at night, as it's terrifying yet intriguing. I'm doing my usual thing, looking into the sea, and I think that I see movement. For a split second, I thought that it was a fisherman coming in late, but I immediately ruled that out due to a lack of engine noise. The object rose out of the water with grace and elegance. The part that I could see out of the water was only about 1 foot or less in height and about as long as a mid-sized sedan. It had an arc to it, and that led me to begin thinking about a large marine animal such as a whale. I don't think that this could have been possible, as the object was about 40 feet from a solid coral cliff face. Maybe it was a drug sub? Jamaica is often used as a stopover for the drug cartels from Colombia to refuel, but I think that a surfacing sub would still make noise, and that still doesn't explain the proximity to the land. It sunk back into the inky blackness, never to be seen again. The silence of it all is what shocked me. I still shudder to this day at the thought of what I saw. My wife grew up in Miami. When we were dating 20 years ago, her folks took us to the Bahamas on their 32-foot boat. It was a lovely trip. They decided to do a midnight crossing to come home, as we'd lost one engine and the seas would be calm. All was well for the first couple of hours, so her dad went to catch some sleep and let the mom drive. It was the open water around 2 a.m. when we saw a single white light in the far distance ahead of us. 20 minutes. 30. 40. The small white light was getting larger. Closer. No doubt it was another boat, but its angle of approach wasn't clear in the pitch dark. My then girlfriend and her mother began discussing the lights on the approaching boat. Red and green lights on either side of a vessel are an indicator of its approaching or departing. Clearly it was approaching, but they couldn't see the colored lights yet to know which way to steer to safety. Naturally, they began arguing, and me, being raised in Atlanta nowhere near maritime activity, I couldn't offer a single bit of help. Based on her perspective of the other ship's lights, the mother made the decision of which way to go. She cut the engine down and made a hard right away from the oncoming boat. The dad had felt the deceleration of the boat and came up to investigate. As soon as he arrived, so did the other boat. As it did, we all quickly realized that not only had the mom misinterpreted the direction of the other boat, we also learned that it wasn't actually a boat. No, the mom had slowed down to a crawl and had steered us directly into the path of an oncoming oil freighter. "What are you doing?" the dad asked, more calmly than one would expect. "Speed up. Speed up." He reached forward and slammed the throttle to full. The 32-foot boat lurched ahead, speeding as fast as it could on its one engine as it cut directly in front of the other freighter. A quick fact about freighters: these things are a few thousand metric tons of dead weight and take about a mile to stop. We never had any communication with the captain or crew of the freighter, but we assumed that they saw us and didn't want to crush our tiny boat. Even so, they couldn't have stopped in time anyway. We passed probably 50 yards in front of the freighter. That seems like a lot of distance when you think about half of a football field, but it isn't much at all in the open ocean, when the passing of a massive freighter could suck a boat our size into and under itself if we became caught in its event horizon-like wave. As we moved beyond its path and it passed behind us, I craned my neck up and up and up. I stared in awe at its huge black hull towering over us. It was terrifying and surreal, and I never want to be that close to a freighter in the water ever again. I'm not a sailor, but I've spent more time out at sea than most because of my fondness for most boat-related stuff. Even though I enjoy being out there, it always has kind of an eerie feel. I live in the south of Norway, and the North Sea is really dark. Even on the most beautiful days, you can max see a meter down. Well, this one time I was out by myself, in a pretty small, about 14-foot long boat. It was one of these not sunny but still adequate weather days. Well, long story short, I lost control over the engine, and my boat spun around, landing me just underneath it. As I saw mentioned in another post, I have never felt as vulnerable as just then, floating at the top of a big nothing. You know there is nothing for possibly hundreds of feet underneath you. Probably the worst part of it is when you have to duck under the boat to get up and away. You just stare down into the abyss. You can choose not to look, but then it's almost worse. There are no big sharks or anything of that nature here, but still, you just feel like there's something down there, down in the dark. I managed to keep calm, and after about a half an hour, someone must have spotted me, because I was soon picked up by the local SAR boat. I still don't like to look down into the water, but I will continue enjoying the sea, as long as I am above the surface. Not sure if this is considered creepy, but it's kind of unnerving. I was active duty Navy for 4 years based on a destroyer out of Japan. I'd say that I'd seen it all, but this story really stuck with me. We were putting around when we get a distress call from a cargo ship about 100 miles or so away. It wasn't them in distress, but another boat, and they were relaying it out to get some help. We responded, met up with the cargo ship en route. There was something cool about that, a United States Navy warship meeting up with a cargo vessel from like Australia or something to rescue some Thai fishermen. By the time we got on scene, another ship was there and was doing circles looking for the crew. We found the fishing vessel about 90% submerged underwater. Only the bow was still above the water. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any crew members. We found a few empty flotation devices but no crew. We stayed on scene, looking around for a few hours, even sending out our choppers. Ultimately, we had to call it, as we had another prior mission to take care of. We left the cargo ship and the other ship to look out, but really, I don't think either of them found anything. To this day, I'm not sure what caused that fishing boat to sink, and it's sad to see the boat, but no crew. I was serving on a Coast Guard vessel in the Barents Sea in the late 1990s. This is an area very rich with fish. So a big part of the Coast Guard's job in the area was policing, rescuing, and inspecting fishing ships. The closest coastline to the Barents Sea is the Russian Kola Peninsula, so the majority of the fishing vessels there were Russian. One day while patrolling the area, we noticed a fishing ship moving in a strange pattern. Usually, the travelers would move like a herd, following the fish stems. But this vessel would keep moving in and out of the fleet, and often moving right up next to other ships in the fleet, before moving out again. This seemed to us as a very strange behavior for a fishing ship, so we decided to send out a boarding party to inspect the vessel. I was on this party. When we came aboard, to our surprise, there were no fishing equipment on deck, and it didn't seem like a boat had been trawling at all. Still, we had to do a proper inspection and see what was in the cargo. When we moved inside the boat, we noticed that a lot of the lights inside the boat were changed to red, and there was a smell of old booze and sweat, instead of the normal smell of fish. We came into the cargo hold. It was even stranger when the cargo also turned out to be empty, so they were not supplying the fleet, or taking their catch to shore. On our way up to the bridge, we suddenly figured out what was going on. One of the crew luggers had no door, and the bunk beds inside were filled with scantily dressed Russian girls. It turned out it was a floating brothel servicing the fishermen out at sea. This might not seem much to some, but to an 18-year-old Norwegian, it made me realize how good my life was. compared to these people living right across the border, especially considering both the girls and the fishermen were around my own age. I also have another story. This one's not mine, but my father, who was a commercial sailor from the 50s to the 70s. He was on a tanker crossing the Pacific Ocean. They were far from land and kind of in the middle of the ocean. The Pacific Ocean is big, very big, so the chances of meeting other vessels out there is slim to none. Still, one night when it was completely dark, dots started to appear on the radar. This was in the 60s, so radar technology wasn't even close to what it is today. So my father went out to the bridge wing to see if he could see any lanterns. Nothing. When he came back to the bridge, he saw that the radar was now completely covered with dots all around the ship. Big dots too, but still not a single lantern in sight. My father thought it must be a malfunction or some weather causing it. Still, the water was flat and the weather seemed calm, so he made a call on the radio for any ships in the area. Immediately, he got an answer from an American voice. It turned out that he had managed to cross paths with an American carrier group on maneuver in the middle of the Pacific. He then requested if they could turn their lights on so he could maneuver safely out of their fleet. Suddenly, within a few seconds as he described it, it was like a whole city materialized out of the darkness around them. From horizon to horizon, there were huge carriers, supply ships, escort ships, and whatnot. The contrast of being all alone in the vast ocean for days to this was very strange. He managed to maneuver the tanker through the myriad of ships, and when he came to the outskirts of the fleet, suddenly, as soon as they appeared, the whole fleet went completely dark again. Gone. Once again, the ship was totally alone in the vast dark ocean. He described the encounter as the strangest feeling that he experienced during 30 years at sea. I'm not a sailor, and I wasn't on the ocean, but I was on a cliff overlooking the water. It was California, and I was traveling with my family for a road trip, so we decided to stop and see the views. The parking area was blocked off from the view by trees, and we had to take a trail to see the views. Me and my brother, ages 19 and 15, decided that we would run all of the way there, but my brother is faster than me, so I lost sight of him on this extremely steep downward slope. I came to a fork in the trail, but I didn't know which was the one that he went down, and I didn't receive an answer when I called his name. I went right and followed the trail all the way down to a cliff at least 50 meters above the water, still calling his name, and he still never responded. Looking down, there were jagged rocks in the water below, so falling was guaranteed death. The wind picked up, and I had to actually press myself against the rocks to stop it from pushing me over the edge. It continued to get faster and faster, but then suddenly stopped. I don't know how, but the air went completely still, and I heard a faint voice of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6, crying and screaming like she was terrified of something. There was nobody else around me, and there were no other voices that I heard. So I started calling for the little girl. She was clearly starting to call out, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared." And I followed her voice to this slightly jutting shelf that started to lead down the cliff. The rocks were covered in sand and were slightly damp, so I knew that it was dangerous, but I continued on anyways. Maybe about 6 meters down, there was a sharp 90-degree turn against the cliff that I couldn't see around, but my instincts were telling me to get back. I slowed down, but still inched my way to this turn, and looking over was a perfectly vertical drop into the ocean below. Even if I took even one more normal-sized step, my foot would have stepped right over. I still looked around to see if there really was a little girl somewhere, but there was nowhere that she could have hidden, so I went back up. I could still hear her voice, and it sounded so close to me, but I could not see her. My brother eventually caught up with me, since he went down the left trail, and the voice stopped. Upon asking him if he saw anyone or heard the voice, he just shook his head. Creepiest experience I've ever had with the ocean. My mother and great-grandfather were in the shallow end, just enjoying the ocean, when all of a sudden both of them just fell abruptly. No waves. Then I just noticed a whole lot of random people fall too who were near them. They all had trouble getting up, and my mother described it as constantly trying to get up, only to be forced down like a magnet. Her main concern was my great-grandfather, of course, as he's extremely old and frail. So, she eventually got up and helped him up as well, as all the other random people. No one was drowning, and no one was panicked, but then my dad quickly claimed that we just encountered a rip current, and that thank God it wasn't serious enough to where they got pulled all the way to the deep ocean. Rip currents are terrifying once you really look into them, and thank God that day was nothing severe. This and sea creatures are the main reasons why I don't like going to the beach, as in being fearful. When you're stuck in a rip current, do not, and I mean do not swim against the current, as in swimming straight towards the beach. You're going to get nowhere and tire yourself out. Be calm and don't panic, because if you panic, then you forget that you know how to swim. And don't think about sea creatures either. And don't even care if water keeps going on over your face, or if you swallow water, or if you occasionally can't breathe. Just swim, 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 swim to the side or diagonally. And I mean do it for a good while, not quickly. Eventually, you'll be out of the current and back on shore. I was once at the beach with my brother and cousins, just having a grand old time, swimming and letting the waves crash against our bodies. I've never been physically gifted, but I'm a good swimmer, so when we all decided to start swimming farther away from shore, I was pretty confident of being able to get back. And so, we went on, the shoreline becoming a mere line of sand in our eyes, and the rest of our kin the size of ants. Before we realized it, the sun was beginning to set, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, the waves, which were already very tall to begin with, easily tripled the size of 15-year-old me. When that happened, and our mothers became aware, they hurried ahead of us to go back to shore, and funnily enough, nobody hesitated. The task was easy, for my brother and cousins, all of whom were taller and older than me. So I tried to follow them. I swam and I swam and I swam. No matter how much I seemed to swim, I was no closer to the shoreline than I was before. In fact, it wasn't long until I realized that I was actually further away. The waves had begun pulling my body backwards into the ocean without me being aware of it. I could even hear the lifeguard's whistle, telling others to get out of the water. That's when I felt that particular heartbeat in my chest. The one that you feel when you're about to ask the girl you like out. The kind that you feel when you're going to reveal to your parents the bad grades that you got at school. The kind of heartbeat that indicates fear. As soon as I felt it, I realized that I was in big trouble. I was going to become another one of those drowned kids at the beach. Tales mothers told their sons as a way to keep them close to shore. My brother was completely out of sight, along with my cousins, and I was still there, trapped by waves that constantly grabbed my feet and pulled me deeper into the ocean. I was panicking. I wasn't sure when or if my family would go to the lifeguard for help. Against uncertainty, I decided that I had no choice but to keep trying to swim back to shore. And that I did. It was hard, very hard. And if you ask me how I did it today, I'd tell you that I'm just clever. Or maybe the problem wasn't as bad as I had believed it to be. Once I was able to calm down again, I knew that all those tales of drowned people always went bad when they started panicking. So I took a deep breath and began doing this little technique. Whenever the waves pulled, I'd swim slowly, trying to maintain the ground that I was in. And when the wave pushed, I gave it all. I swam as fast as I could, thinking and knowing. To this day, I have no idea if I was right, that the momentum of the waves plus my efforts would help me reach the shore again. Soon, I could feel motes of sand running across my toes again. Only a few seconds had passed before my chest laid on a thin sheet of sand, and a few more passed before I could walk on it. It felt like pure bliss. I felt like aquatic Bear Grylls for being able to come up with such a solution, and was eager to tell my mom and cousins about it. Soon, of course, reality hit me again. I was received with a slap by my mother, who continued to rant on about how she had told me not to go so far away, how they were about to call the lifeguards, and how dumb I had been to disobey. My kin laughed at me as my mother yelled, and I soon learned that I had only spent 5 to 10 minutes at sea. So yeah, it didn't last as long as it felt, but still, a scary experience nonetheless. Quite a few years ago, there was a tropical storm coming up the coast. It didn't make landfall, but it was close enough that we got the rain, wind, and huge waves. Onshore winds were probably around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and waves were hitting 8 to 10 feet. It was so insanely choppy. Never in my life have I seen the waves that big and close together. We call them high and tight. My brothers and I went to go surf, but it was too choppy, so we grabbed our bodyboards and fins and paddled out. 5 minutes in, my one brother got out, since he doesn't live on the coast and isn't the strongest swimmer. He also didn't have fins, so he watched from the beach. My other brother is on the beach patrol, but he was off that day, so the on-duty lifeguards pulled everyone out because of the rip currents and waves, but let us go in. We took a few waves, having a great time, but starting to get worn out from constantly diving and fighting the waves, trying to get back out. I dove under a wave, and as soon as I came up, I saw the biggest wave of my life cresting. I knew it was about to come down hard on my head, so, like an idiot, I ditched my board and swam to the bottom. Not the best idea to ditch something that floats, but I had fins, and probably wouldn't have been able to hold on anyway. The wave slammed me into the sand. I rolled head over heels for what felt like an eternity. Just as I got my bearings and started to come up to the surface, I heard another wave pound right above me, and the same thing happened. I tried coming up. Another wave. Finally, I could tell that I was getting close to the beach because I was being dragged across the sand. I was able to hold on to the sand while the water went out and was able to finally breathe and stand up. I called it a day after that. My back was bleeding from being dragged across the sand, and my legs felt like jelly. It probably wasn't more than 30 seconds, but being underwater and not being able to come up for even that short amount of time is insanely scary. I was on a snorkel cruise thing in Hawaii. We were following this rare seal and got far away from the boat. So I took one last big breath and swam as far down as I could, just to sit and look around one last time, and really just take in the experience. As I'm down there, I see this big glob out in the distance. Then slowly, it becomes larger and larger, and after it breaks through that blue wall, I realize it's a shark. I was frozen with fear. It was like the scene in Jaws when you can barely make out what it is, then it slowly becomes a reality. I panicked and went to the top, looked for my wife, but everyone looks the same with goggles and splashing around. So I just sat there and watched it as it seamlessly cruised around doing shark stuff. I never felt so vulnerable. I finally find my wife and tell her that there's a shark nearby, and in a hippie free spirit voice says, "Yeah, it's the ocean, bro. That's gonna happen," which calmed me down a bit. But I went back to the ship terrified and looking all around me the entire time. One time for New Year's Eve, my family went on a boating trip to Tangalooma Island, Australia, from the 30th to the 1st. Unfortunately, we decided not to check the weather, as it had been beautiful all week. As we went up the coast in our boat, a 45-foot Rivera, we almost got stuck in a couple of sandbanks. We weren't the most experienced, but my parents were trying their very best, and it wasn't too bad. We reached Tangalooma in the late afternoon and decided to save the beach for tomorrow, and we just swam around the boat because us Aussie kids are fearless apparently. Basically, we just enjoyed our little holiday, sunburns and all. Skip to the 1st. It started pouring rain the night before, keeping my dad up every few hours to monitor the anchors and position of the boat. I slept through the night and woke up midway through my parents trying to escape the storm. I woke up to the roof of the cabin falling on my head as we fell down one of the troughs, the deepest part of the wave. At one point, we were submerged by a wave, and my dad wasn't sure that we were going to make it out. Not something you want to hear, to say the least. At this point, the waves were 1.5 meters tall, and the troughs were roughly the same. In other words, really bloody big. My dad managed to swing the boat around, which might have capsized us if it hit the side of the boat, and we rode the waves back to the island. We made it back and quickly ran out of supplies, most importantly water, but after some deliberation with the security guards, we were allowed to enter the resort on the island to buy water, food, and seasickness tablets. Originally, we weren't allowed because we hadn't booked a room, which is understandable, I suppose. Once the weather changed for the better, we headed home. We learned that it was a part of a cyclone. I think that's the right term. Apologies if I'm wrong. From the news, and that many people weren't as lucky in escaping the storm. To be honest, I'm just happy to be alive after that experience. I was scuba diving at the Belize Barrier Reef on a mission trip. My mom was one of the chaperones for everyone and insisted that I wear a life jacket for my safety. I was 16 at the time and had taken swimming lessons. One stop was really weird because two different bodies of water were meeting but not mixing. We swam way far away from the boat and close to the line where the water met. The current here was rather strong, and due to the life jacket, my feet were just above the ocean floor. Therefore, I kept being pulled along by the ocean currents and would keep having to right myself. After having this happen multiple times while talking to my friends, I felt burning all along my back and legs. I spun around on instinct and was then pushed by the current into fire coral, which I had just felt on my back. It was a faded orange look, and it just scratched me. However, as I looked at the scratches, little spots of red began to appear, get bigger, and eventually fill up the entire wound area, and I was bleeding. We were all like, "Oh, this isn't an emergency, right? Don't we need to go back?" Then, approximately 100 to 140 feet away, we saw about a dozen or so of what were unmistakably shark fins appearing out of the water on the other side of the ocean heading towards us. It took me about a second to remember all the facts about sharks that I had read as a child, about sharks being able to smell blood in the water from far away. I booked it as fast as I could swim, which was slowed down because of the life jacket. My friends soon followed. Thankfully, none of the nurse sharks we played with earlier were nearby. When we got on board, the guide told us all of those were hammerheads, and he didn't want to tell us before because he thought that we'd be too scared to go, but they're harmless unless you're bleeding. The guide then rubbed rubbing alcohol on the fire coral venom wounds, which hurt worse than the initial wound. I went swimming down in the Gulf. That stretch had 3 sandbars just offshore, with the water getting deeper, waves getting higher, and current getting stronger the further out you went. I was with a guy on our first real outing together. He had never really been swimming in the Gulf before, and I wanted to show him the sandbars. We swam out to the first, going from maybe 6 foot to standing in water at our knees. He looked out and saw the second sandbar, maybe some 100 foot away, and asked about it. Well, I've never been out that far, but sure, let's do it. We get out there easily enough. Water was quite deep as soon as we stepped off the first sandbar, enough that I couldn't dive to the bottom. The water at the sandbar is rough, and we almost get pulled off a couple of times. He sees the third, and is all gung-ho about going out. Nah, there ain't nothing after that but open water. Let's head back, I say. I didn't tell him, but I was getting pretty concerned. We were a long ways from the beach at this point, and the undercurrent was super cold and super strong. I casually mentioned to him that we need to make sure that we swim at the surface. We start swimming back. Now, I'm a decent swimmer, and I'm used to open water swimming. He wasn't, and had never been. We're pulling forward. The current is trying to pull us back. I'm struggling to make headway, and he's falling behind me. We're both getting tired, but if we pause, we'll get pulled back to the second sandbar in under a minute. I stop briefly to pull back to him and ask if he's okay. He nods. At this point, I realize that there's a good chance that he may not make it, which means that I have to leave him on the second sandbar, hope that he doesn't get swept off, or if he does, he gets caught by the third sandbar, and head into shore myself to get a rescue. I also realize that if I go back to the sandbar with him to let him know what's going on, I may not have the strength to get back to shore. Thankfully, adrenaline for him kicked in, as well as a strong sense of not wanting to appear weak to me, and he reached the first sandbar about 30 seconds after me. We caught our breaths and made it back to shore pretty easily after that. That was the first and only time I've actually been afraid or uncomfortable out in the Gulf, or the connected bays. And I've been in water with sharks and gators, and even gone down a deep hole while wearing waders once. The power of the water, not even too far off of shore, really starkly showed the smallness of our bodies. My family has always gone to the same vacation spot in the summer since my dad was in the 5th grade, and it's the shark bite capital of the world. Not many fatalities though, luckily. Anyway, when I was younger, I would surf a lot when I was there, and one time, me and my friend were out waiting for a wave, and we both saw a shadow swim under us, and we immediately knew that it was a shark. It's pretty typical to see sharks there, but mostly just black tips. So we just caught the next wave and rode it in and went back out after. Then another surfer informed us that it was a bull shark, which definitely makes it a little more scary than if it was just a black tip. Also, another time that we were there, we went on a boat on the river. We stopped somewhere near little islands and decided to walk/swim from one island to another. This river area has a lot of marine life that is not afraid to come up to people. So I was a little timid to swim across, but everyone else was doing it, so whatever. Well, Everything went just fine, and we got back on the boat. But an hour later, someone had caught a 400-pound bull shark right where we had walked and swam. I will never swim in that river again. This is a story from when I was in high school, around 2010-ish. My parents' house backs up to a small wooded area. It's not a forest by any means. There are walking trails and other neighborhoods around, but the woods are big enough that we used to see deer and the occasional fox. There was also a small creek that ran through it, and I used to spend time in the fall/winter poking around back there when it wasn't obscured by brush. I found what I assume was likely a deer path that ran all the way up to my old elementary school, which was about a block away via roads. But using the deer trails took about 10 to 15 minutes. I was back in this area fairly often, which is why the following story was so weird. I went down to the creek one day and followed the trail like normal, but this time I found a partial deer skeleton at the end. The head and the front legs were missing, but the rest was still there, and there was no flesh at all on the bones. They were stripped absolutely clean, and the bones were still a bright white. At the time, there weren't coyotes in the area like there are now, and I'd seen a bobcat once when I was little, but they definitely weren't very common. To this day, I have no idea how that skeleton got there or what happened to it. It was too clean to be a predator kill, and that also doesn't explain why the front half was missing. I got so freaked out that I never went back into those woods again. This took place in a residential area, not a hunting ground. It could have been a predator kill, sure, okay. But I'm positive that that thing wasn't killed by a human, not with houses and an elementary school literally across the creek. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I were on a trail to Lemuel Lake in northern Nevada. It's about 1.5 miles each way, I think, and usually pretty well populated. It was that day as well. There were at least a handful of people on the trail here and there, plenty down at the trailhead parking lot, and it was otherwise a totally normal sunny day. Evening began to come, and we started heading back down, not wanting to be out when it got dark, as there is no cell phone service up there for quite a distance, and it was just an afternoon weekend hike. We started down the trail, and I got the slightest hint of a bad feeling, like we definitely needed to get back in our car before it got dark. I think that's generally just common sense, and doesn't need to be prompted by a sixth sense or anything. Still, I kept an eye out as we went. Weirdly, absolutely nothing happened until we were maybe 300 yards from the parking lot. The trees had largely been left behind as we descended in elevation, and bushes, large and small, were there instead. There was a creek that ran through to our right. Ahead of us, by maybe 50 yards, was a lone woman and her medium-sized dog on a leash. I had my head on a swivel the whole way down, because I was just trying to keep an eye out and make sure that hint of a bad feeling didn't amount to anything. I was also carrying. This woman was ahead of us by about the same distance for a good while down the trail, and I felt somewhat responsible for her safety as well, if anything strange were to happen. Mountain lions are known to live higher up in those mountains, the Rubies, and she was pretty much in sight the whole time, so I was trying to help keep an eye out for her too. As we're walking, me and the girlfriend both hear what seemed like a big boulder sliding and grating along a stone surface. It lasted for a few seconds, and we were both looking at the stone surface mountain slope maybe 600 yards to our left. I'm bad at judging distances, but I think that might be close. Fully expecting to see a landslide of some sort. But there was nothing, and daylight was still good enough that if there was something to see on that front, we would have seen it. I immediately looked to the lady ahead of us, and just a second later, she and her dog started booking it. Right as they did this, a herd of deer came sprinting out of the bushes away from the boulder sound. It must have been closer than it sounded. They ran across the creek and kept going to our right. After pausing for a second to discuss what that weird sound might have been, we hurried along as well, and I drew my gun. We passed the same little section where the lady was when she took off, and thankfully nothing happened. We didn't hear or see anything in those bushes, though I'm not surprised. A whole herd of deer was in there, and we couldn't see them until they ran out, despite being at a higher elevation at the time. We quickly made it back to the parking lot, and I put my gun back in the holster. It felt safer getting back to the pavement for some reason. We caught up with the woman and the dog. She was catching her breath and pacing a little. We asked if she heard that weird sound, and she said that it sounded like a loud bouldery sound. And then off to her left, directly close by, right where the deer came running from, she distinctly heard a big low growl after the boulder sound. And then she heard the deer coming and ran to get out of the way. The deer probably would have just run right into her if she hadn't moved. Watching this happen from a ways above and behind just a minute or two previous, they came out onto the trail right where she had been a second before. We determined that it may have been a mountain lion. I'm all for believing that, but I still have two questions. 1, why did I get the feeling that we needed to leave, even subtly, around 45 minutes before anything strange happened? And 2, why and how did whatever it was make a big sound of a boulder scraping along? Not tumbling, but sliding. Very different sounds. And then there was a clear growl heard by the woman, but not by us. I think that indicates that there was something absolutely in those bushes, but I'm very confused about the bigger sound. I doubt the same animal made a huge boulder scraping sound. It sounded like it was sliding down the mountainside. And the deer didn't run, and then that same creature made a normal growl sound from the same place, and that was what scared the deer off? I don't know what I believe about this, but it was certainly a strange experience. Also, this was one of the few times that me and my girlfriend had been on this trail together, and never had any strange experiences. I myself had been there several dozens of times over the course of many years, and also had never experienced anything remotely weird, even towards the nighttime. So this happened about 7 years ago. I was around 19 or 20 and I was a scout leader. We had a camp in a forest. The nearest city was about 10 to 15 minutes drive. Every year in July, we would have an international scout camp. Scouts from different European countries would join us. I was in the preparations team, and we would go around 2 to 3 weeks in advance to clean and put the tents up. In the preparation team, we had around 20 people, 10 to 12 men, and the rest women. We were all in our late teens or early 20s. If anyone has been a scout, you might know that the first thing in a camp is setting up a flag. The flag is an important part of this camping game. Other scouts would constantly try to steal the flag. If they managed to steal, then the lost team would have to go home. This never actually happened. No one was ever sent home. It was just a rule to keep other members involved and willing to protect the flag. Therefore, we had to constantly keep an eye or a guard near the flag. Other games involved attacking other teams and kidnapping members. All fun and games, nothing violent or harsh. It was fun and made us to be alert 24/7. So here's where my creepy story begins. One night, our preparation team was done with everything. The other 2 countries from Europe, about 60 people, were set to arrive in the morning. We had nothing to do, so we set up a campfire and started singing and talking. We had our guards, people from the team, set up in different locations. 2 near the flag, 2 near the entrance, and 2 in the woods facing the river. So we were tired and decided to go to sleep. We would change guards every 2 hours. Each guard had a whistle. If an animal or a person was to come to the camp, they would blow a certain note of a whistle as to alarm danger. That night, I was an hour into sleep when I heard a whistle. We all woke up and ran to the team member who had whistled. She claimed she saw 3 white figures running fast in the forest near the set-up tents. We thought that the morning teams arrived early and sneaked in to steal the flag or kidnap a member. So we all decided to stay awake and go into defense mode. We each stood guard in different locations watching for any signs. After some time, we started hearing whistles from the deeper parts of the forest. We also started hearing radio sounds from different places. We saw some guys in white shirts running around in the forest. Me and 2 other people decided to check the empty tents to see if there were people hiding in the empty tents, but we couldn't find anyone. Then we started walking around, and we heard loud laughter from a bush near us. It sounded like a woman laughing. So we started laughing too, as we thought we found another scout team near the bush. Naturally, we walked to the bush without any hesitation. To our horror, there was no one there. Then we heard more noises from another bush that was a little bit deeper into the woods. Then we heard a clear conversation between a few people speaking in a French accent. We could hear them clearly, so we checked, and again, nothing. Then we saw a guy in a white t-shirt running fast again in front of us, but his speed was weird. He was running so fast as if he was sliding. Keep in mind, we were in the woods at night with no lights. There's no way that someone can run without making a noise, but somehow, this guy was running so quietly. It really seemed like he was just sliding. Again, we still didn't feel threatened. We just had an adrenaline rush, but it was more excitement to catch them than anything else. After all, we just wanted the fun to begin. We were excited to see the teams again and have fun. For the next 2 or so hours, we kept hearing whistles and whispers in French, but we couldn't find a single person. It was so clear that there were a lot of people hiding around us, but we couldn't even catch one of them. They were so fast and so sneaky. This is important to mention that the arriving teams were not from France, so it was weird to hear them speak in French. Anyways, after 2 hours of running in the forest in the dark, I got tired. I didn't take this too seriously, so myself and a couple of my friends went back into our tent to rest. I laid down, and after 10 minutes, I saw a car light speeding towards us. This area is not designed for regular cars to drive. None of us or the other teams had cars. A bus from the nearby city would drop us there and pick us up after the camp was over. We heard a car coming straight towards our tents with high beams on. It was coming so fast that we were frozen, expecting it to hit us at any moment. It happened so fast that we couldn't even run. Then suddenly, it just stopped right near our tent. We heard the door open but heard no footsteps. Whoever it was just closed the door and left. We were shaking, and at that moment it hit me that it couldn't have been anyone from the other teams. We got out and learned that our other teammates also had seen a Jeep speeding towards our tent, but didn't see anyone coming out of the car. After this, we just decided to stay awake until morning. Throughout the entire night, we kept seeing these white-shirted men sliding around us. We couldn't see any faces. They were fast and weird. We could hear loud laughters and French whispers all around our camp. We could tell that there were a lot of strangers near the camp who were either messing around with us or had plans to hurt us. The sun came up, and the strange things stopped. We didn't manage to catch anyone or figure out who they were, and in the morning, the other teams finally arrived. We had this leaderboard meeting every afternoon where we would discuss daily plans and meals. Also, we would share about any planned or failed attacks. All the team leaders said that they arrived in the morning, so they were not even in the country at night. Up to this day, I have no idea who these people were. I have no idea what they wanted or what their plans were. They never attacked or kidnapped anyone in the team. It was scary when I think of it. What would happen if we didn't have guards that night? What would happen if we were all asleep? At the end of the day, this was a campsite in a wooded area, and woods can be places where cults and crazy people gather. I was doing a property inspection in the winter as the sun went down. I do basic CAD drawings of properties for title companies, so I have to measure all the buildings and show where they set, show driveways, easements, and whatnot. This property was an abandoned pig farm in the middle of nowhere, with a house and a number of large farm buildings. The house was left with the doors standing open, and being curious, I stepped in and looked around. I had an immediate feeling of repulsion. There was an odor that was off, but that wasn't it. I just knew something bad had gone here, and I left to start measuring. It was getting dark. When I measure buildings, I have a measuring wheel and have to keep my head up to see when I'm parallel with the end of a wall. So I was hurrying through the work when I tripped on something and fell in the snow. I had a headlamp on, and in the snow, staring up, eyes open, not 1.5 feet from my face, is a frozen dead dog with an obvious bullet wound on the side of its head. I actually let out a gasp/scream thing that was pathetic. It scared the ever-loving crap out of me. This happened to me over the weekend during a hunting trip. I spent last night trying to Google and figure out what the heck I saw. I haven't found anything that doesn't seem like conspiracy craziness, so I'm open to any suggestions. A family friend has a few hundred acres in Tennessee. Once a year, my dad, uncle, and myself, and the guys in the family that own the land go on a week-long hunting trip. They have a cabin and a trailer tucked away at the edge of the mountain that we stay at during the week. There is no running water, and we use a generator for lights during the evening. Phone service is non-existent out there. The nearest town is Murphy, Tennessee, which is about 50 minutes away by car. Typically, we get out to tree stands/ground blinds at around 4 a.m., and then come back to the camp around 9-ish, grab something to eat and nap, and then head back to hunt until sundown. All week, my uncle and I hunted the same plot. It was on the east side of the property and took about 20 minutes by four-wheeler. We would park the four-wheeler in this big clearing, and then the ground blind I was hunting from is another 15 minutes or so by foot. It's a rough 15 minutes too. I basically walk along this ridge line on the side of the mountain, and the blind is set just inside the underbrush of a tree line that overlooks an opening at the start of a river. My uncle was hunting in a blind that was a little closer walk and probably 30 minutes away from me. We hunted the same spot Sunday through Thursday. Thursday evening, we were all drinking beer and hanging out by the fire. My uncle, having not seen anything all week, wanted to go to the plot my dad was hunting. It was a 30-minute walk from the camp. You don't even need a four-wheeler to get there. I had killed a deer the first afternoon there and seen a bunch of does that evening right before sunset, so I wanted to stay where I was. So Friday morning after we hunted, I helped him pack up his blind and ride it out to the plot that my dad had been on, and helped him get set up for that evening. I took the four-wheeler by myself that afternoon and continued hunting the same ground blind. Same thing as I had done all week. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until Saturday morning. I had gone out by myself again that morning and had watched a bunch of deer that crept up right before the sun started coming up. They were a bit further than I wanted to shoot, and when they got closer to the edge of the river, they weren't big enough or were too young for me to justify shooting. I watched them until they retreated back into the woods, and at this point, it's probably 8:30 a.m. or so, and the sun is fully up. Now, this is an embarrassing one for me, but oh well. Having spent almost an entire week packed in this trailer with two other guys and no privacy, I decided that I was going to have a little fun before I went back to the camp. Every hunter has done it. I don't care if you admit to it or not. Now, I'm sitting there doing my thing, and even though nobody ever walks up while you're hunting out there, I'm still on high alert, making sure that I don't get caught by one of the guys while I'm doing this. I'm laid back in this chair inside of the blind, basically one eye looking in front of me, and every now and again peeking behind me through the mesh to make sure that no one's coming. That's when I started hearing crunching. I knew it was people's footsteps, and I could tell that it was more than one person. It was to my right, and the mesh of my ground blind and underbrush kept me from being able to see who it was. I calmly got myself ready and quietly leaned up so that when my uncle or whoever it was came up, I could act like I was just sitting there hunting. Keep in mind, we are so far out in the sticks that it never even occurred to me that it could be anybody other than someone that I was hunting with. I listened to them walking, and finally, I slowly stood up and poked my head through the blind and peeked over the underbrush. It was 4 people walking towards the river in a line. They were wearing these black cloak-looking clothes, like something they wear in Harry Potter, with these furry hats that covered most of their faces. It looked like some weird cult, but the guy in the back of the line was completely naked. He looked disgusting. His hair was curly and way too long, and he had a big beard that looked nasty, like it had a bunch of leaves and stuff in it. I'm bundled up with hand warmers in my pockets because it's like 25 to 30 degrees out. This guy had to be freezing. No shoes either. This is thick underbrush that we're talking about walking through. Rocks jutting up from the ground and stuff. No sane person is out there barefoot, much less completely naked. The guy had to be 115 pounds too, just completely unhealthy looking, like these people that had been keeping him prisoner or something. The sight of these guys was so unnerving to me that I was still standing there frozen in an awkward half stand, half bent over position, with my head out of the blind watching them, before it clicked with me that I needed to slowly sit down. At that point, they had passed the point of the blind where I couldn't see them, and were walking with their backs to me, towards the river. I slowly sat down, and put my rifle in my lap, and watched them all step ankle deep into the river. They were facing side profile away from me, towards the woods. And I could see 2 of the clothed people moving around the naked guy, and one of them was standing still, holding their arm out in front of them. I got the nerve to look through my scope at them, and it looked like 2 of them were washing the guy with the river water, and the other one, holding their arm out like a chain or something. The one holding the chain was talking, but way too far for me to hear any of it. After a few minutes, the 2 doing the washing stopped, and all 3 of them held hands around the naked guy and started moving in a circle around him, while he just stood there staring ahead. They did this for at least 5 minutes. That doesn't seem that long of a time, but 5 whole minutes of watching whatever the heck that was seemed like a lifetime. Something of note that clicked with me last night. Whatever they were doing seemed time-based. My watch beeped at 9 o'clock and nearly gave me a heart attack. No way that they could hear it, but in my head, I was picturing them all turning and looking at me. But right after my watch beeped, they stopped a few seconds later, at 9 on the dot. The 3 clothed people stepped back in a line in front of the naked guy, and they walked back the way they came, exactly like they came in. None of them talked or broke the line while they were walking. It was terrifying because the way out for them was the first time I could truly have been in their line of sight. They never saw me though, and I watched them once they passed my head back up the mountain from where I assumed they originally came from. I waited for 30 minutes or so and booked it out of there fast. This story takes place in Navarre, Spain. When fall comes around, woods get packed with people trying to gather all sorts of edible mushrooms. It's a pretty popular thing to do in Spain, since they can get pretty expensive once you purchase them at any grocery store. Anyways, he goes all by himself, like he's done multiple times. But after a couple of hours, notices that he can no longer recognize where he is. It's getting dark, and there's no service at all, so he's screwed. He starts panicking. My uncle calls 112. It's the European equivalent of 911, because that's the only thing you can call when there's no service. They can track his position, but they aren't able to send any forest rangers yet. After getting off the phone with 112, an older guy pops out of nowhere, and mind you, he's super deep in. He just straight up tells my uncle that in order to get out, he needs to take this certain path. He starts walking that direction, and the old guy just disappears out of nowhere. Turns out he was right, because he was able to get out. To this day, he doesn't know if it was a hallucination or if the man was real, but he made it out safely. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. Anyhow, if you follow that old road until you get to a T intersection, you can either turn right out to Hale Creek or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub and that's it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone upped and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long. Or, for as long as it did. It wasn't the start of the town, though. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in them there hills by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local aboriginals found him and his family living on their land, and weren't too happy about it. So they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead, then in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and unalived himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021. I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time, on the maintenance crew. I'd had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for the long drive back home to Moranbah. Anyhow, dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind Goonyella Mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on a very unfamiliar road. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get out without making the scratches on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was so confused. Did I miss the turn? I thought, maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road, Mount Coulon 15K. I thought, okay, I've gone way too far out in the sticks. Better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery, with an old and rusty archway. And above on the archway was in rusty, wrought iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Well, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. Sure as crap, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery, full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos, etc., who all must have worked on the various stations in the area. It gave me the spooks pretty bad, so I got out of there quick and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this bloody T intersection. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in the absolute middle of nowhere. It's now midnight. No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. This is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, or food in the outback, you've just signed your own death certificate. Done and dusted. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I kept cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly or over-accelerate around all the twists and turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I think nothing of it though, keeping focused on the road ahead. Then I hear it, swooping and whooshing noises above my car. What? I look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly, and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer, reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy dirt road, while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me and grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine until the heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Gunyella mine, CHPP's lights cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and turn off back home. And sure as heck, I found it. Anyhow, I managed to get all the way back home, and I'm very grateful that my clunker ran on the oily rag and the vapors in my tank kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it's now 6 a.m. in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, which I apologized profusely for. I hadn't even thought to check my phone as I had no signal for the better part of this entire journey. Well, that was part 1. Part 2 is the next story that I have about Mount Coolon, the actual experience I had when my partner and I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night, just to see the actual town. If you're interested in hearing that story, let me know. Have a good one. Mount Coolon, Part 2. Months had passed. I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It had entered my dreams. I woke up one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked what's wrong. Again? I had just been waking her up super late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. This whole situation had impacted me. The desolate hellscape would reemerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that'll openly admit that I can't overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's the only way I know. No use sticking your head in the sand and pretending things will just go away. So I spoke with my partner, and after much discussion, we both agreed that we would go back and investigate the back road to Mount Coolon, and investigate the town itself. And to really drive the nail in, we were going to do it at night. I needed answers. I needed to know what lay at the end of that old road, and whatever else I may have missed on my first misadventure. We set out at 6:30 p.m., and headed for the old back road, which now is inaccessible. You can go take a look for yourself, but the mine has shut the gate, as it runs along the inside of the mine's boundary. Anyhow, we were driving my partner and mine's, at the time, new Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a really beast of a car, but it had all the kit that we needed for a long drive, and we made sure that we left prepared. We had food, water, and snacks, my toolkit in case of a breakdown, torches, a first aid kit, a two-way radio, and a battery pack for phones and the two-way radio, my trusty hunting knife, which I kept in my side door compartment, as if I was going out there again completely unarmed with God knows what lurking out there in the dark. The first leg of our adventure was rather fun. I felt a bit like Colin McRae taking the old dirt road that twisted and turned in all directions, slithering my way up to the T intersection. Once we got to the intersection, I took the left turn to head north and gradually west. The familiar road was, as it was the same night that I encountered the strange flying beast. Except tonight brought a slight amount of comfort as there was a full moon in the night sky, illuminating the surrounds and edges of the road. As we approached the old cemetery, I told my partner to look right. She was in awe. I asked if she wanted to go take a look, but she was too nervous about it, so I kept on driving along. As the night went on, we came to the point of no return. The road became nothing more than a dirt track interspersed with sealed sections the local farmers had laid prior to and after crossing old relics of bridges. They were rusty and wrought iron, sturdy, but foreboding at the same time. We crossed two of them on one stretch. One built over the coalfields railway line, heading eastward to the port. Another was over a deep ravine. The bottom was clouded by dense native plants. The road got very narrow and snaked right and left and down and up. We were in unfamiliar territory now, and I was growing apprehensive about what I would see or find. At one point, I swore that there was no road at all. We were basically driving through a wide open field, and I had to drive at 40 kilometers per hour max to avoid any ruts or depressions in the ball dust. I was starting to think this entire trip might have been a mistake, when the road then came good again to compacted dirt. A random sign appeared off to the right of the road, stating that we were now deep in Aboriginal land, and that was how it would remain until the ends of its time. The drive went on and on. Hours had passed. Were we any closer to our destination? For reference, I switched the car's function from Bluetooth headset to radio to scan the FM/AM for any signs of life. Nothing. I thought, well, I'll check again in an hour. An hour had passed, so I checked again, scanning. A muffled and distorted voice emitted through our car, and then the sweet sound of music. It was AC/DC's Highway to Hell. How befitting, I thought to myself. I said to my partner, "Right, love. Check the signal on your phone now." She replied, 2 bars. She immediately checked Google Maps. I parked the car in this small spot of salvation while it loaded up. According to Google Maps, we were approximately 30 minutes away from a fork in the road. One way heading west out to the Never Never. Another heading towards Mount Coulon. Good thing we checked. So we headed onwards, and sure enough, there it was, the fork in the road. No signage indicating which way to go. Just one road slightly more compact than the other, and wider. So we kept true to the road that we were on, and then came a faint glimmer in the distance. A faint yellow light on the horizon. As we approached the light, it developed into a service station. Off to the left of the old dirt road, with a storefront that looked completely empty, save for a cash register on the countertop. We were now at the main intersection. Signage indicating to head right was to head towards Collinsville, left out west into the Never Never. I came to a stop off to the right shoulder of the road, on a dirt patch made by trucks that had turned here before. I checked the fuel gauge, half a tank. I looked into that old, run-down service station, scanning the area for any other signs of life, outside of the faint yellow glow of the iridescent tube lights, above the old and rusted Bowsers that looked like they hadn't been used since the 80s. Then I saw a figure emerging from a back room. It was a frail old woman, her hair tattered and distressed. It looked like we had awoken her. The time was now 11:30 p.m. She came to a stop inside the abandoned storefront and just stood there, staring at her car. I thought, better come forwards and ask if there's any chance of fueling up. So I pulled in and rolled down my window. She came outside into the night air and approached me with a great deal of hesitation. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry if we woke you. We were just wondering if you had any fuel." She stood there, glaring and studying me, her face withered from the harsh outback climate. No fuel here. You better leave, now." Something felt off. There was a tension between us. And so I said, "Okay, thank you. So sorry. We'll leave now. Thanks again anyhow, and sorry again." So I wound the window up and got out of there. We drove around the old pub in the center of what was once the town. It had multiple V double road train tracks parked all around it, almost like they were protecting the pub itself with a wall of steel and rubber in the desolate darkness. A picnic table with a tin roof cover appeared on the right of the massive loop road, the only road in the entire area that was sealed, and even it was rather narrow. Thanks for reading. I'll post part 3, our return trip, directly after this. Here is part 3, our return trip. In part 2, we had discovered the heart of Mount Coulon, an old outback pub / general store / post office. The most notable thing that I'll say about this pub is that it had an amazing veranda. It fully encompassed the exterior ground level and was solid hardwood varnished. Whoever owns the pub has taken great care to preserve it, as it's all that really remains of the town bar, the old petrol station converted into an old couple's new home. Anyhow, where we left off. As for lighting, what lighting? This place was clearly not welcoming after dark, albeit for 2 streetlights in the entire area that glowed faintly, only illuminating small patches of the loop road. You definitely wouldn't want to be out there with no headlights. We did the brief tour of all that was out there, then made our way back towards the road back home. My partner said hold up, so I came to a stop, again, off to the side of the road back out to the Miranda. She had just discovered on Google Maps a quicker way back home. This would take us out on that old dirt road, out west in the fork in the road. However, as you continue down that road for 50 kilometers, you'll come to another fork in the road. Taking the leftward track will take us to the Gunyella Road, which then headed back home. Good on ya, I said to her. So on we went. The Mitsubishi ran on an oily rag too. It was only a little 4-cylinder powerhouse like my Kia Rio, so I felt confident that we'd make it back. On the drive back, it was another long and slow slog. At some points, I'd have to slow to 20 kilometers per hour to make it around tight bends and twisting and turning through the roughened thoroughfare, which went wide open cattle farming properties. Then, at points, the bushland would thicken around creeks and runoff areas, and you couldn't see a meter off the sides of the road. After taking the leftward turn, in what was a slight fork in the road, we made our way homebound, and then it happened. A large creature came bounding out from the dense bushland and right out in front of our car. I came to an abrupt stop, and there in our headlights was a massive cow. It looked at us, then took off back into the bushland. I was a little stunned. That was close. Too close. So on we went back home. The rest of our journey was rather mundane to say the least. The only exception was an interesting stretch of road that had been well sealed and snaked through dense bushland. I was impressed by the craftsmanship of how well compacted it was. Then suddenly we were back on dirt road again. Hours on, and we made it to the Gunyella Road. Intersections with lighting signaling the turnoffs to local mines and explosive factories that make the bomb products for them, and so on and so forth. The usual akin of the cold fields. Then we made it home as the first light of morning emitted from the horizon. Pulling into our driveway, we both looked at each other, shrugged as if to signal, what the heck was that all about? Then got out of the car and headed inside. It's a strange feeling out there. It's the desolation, I think. The lack of. It's what really drives the tension, I guess. Any moment can be fraught with demise, but it gave me the closure that I needed to put the rest, the monsters in my head. Whatever I saw that night, when I made that near-fatal misadventure, will remain a mystery. And maybe that is for the best. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Bern State Forest. It's quiet, and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's, and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Figuring it was just an odd-sounding bird and trying to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of maybe 5 minutes. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast, like a too-high elephant's trumpet. At that point, I shot up, my heart racing. I knew I had to close the window and took a beat to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane. Whatever it was had tripped the motion sensor light at the back of the property and was half illuminated, standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. I immediately slammed the window shut and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept into bed and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds. I dared another look out the window after dawn and the figure was gone, and I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours. Has anyone seen like this or know what it might be? I've been frantically Googling, but nothing really coming up. This happened many years ago, when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I wouldn't describe the area that I was in as backwoods necessarily, but it was a wooded 100-plus acre ranch. The land is in the southwest part of the United States. My family owns the property, and we have family reunions every year, and all stay for about 5 days to camp. There's an area of the ranch where we all set up camp and cook and eat. Getting to that part of the ranch requires driving through a small village and several gates for about 2 miles. The first gate beyond the village is slightly past a set of railroad tracks. That's a lot of description, but it's relevant later in the story. Because I had been camping at the ranch for as long as I could remember, and the land was private, my parents would allow me to go off on my own during the day, as long as I didn't get too far. I'd spend time walking the property near our camp, looking for arrowheads or trying to catch tadpoles in the ponds. On this day, I left the large camp area after lunch, which was around 11:30, and told my mom I was going to a nearby creek. I planned on catching some tadpoles to bring back to camp, and be back on time for a swimming trip that my cousins were planning. They wanted to go to a nearby river, and I really didn't want to miss it. I made it down to the creek and got several tadpoles. I probably spent a total of 15 minutes down there. To get back to camp, I would have needed to either climb up a relatively steep embankment with a lot of loose rock, or circle around on a longer route with a flat trail. I'd usually go up the embankment, but I didn't have a top for the water bottle that I caught the tadpoles with, and I didn't want to risk slipping and spilling them out / killing them. I had never walked along the longer trail by myself, but I had with my dad, and I felt confident that I could find my way back to camp on it. As I walked back to camp, I had my head down looking for arrowheads in the washed out areas of the trail. I started feeling a little creeped out as I continued walking. We all know that feeling like someone is watching. It was unsettling, but I chalked it up to just getting spooked being on the trail by myself. Now, the next part I cannot explain whatsoever. It's as if a light switch was turned on, or someone snapped their fingers and I came back to reality. Except when I came to, I wasn't on the trail that I'd been on before. I was near the railroad tracks, and it was completely dark. My mom was standing in front of me, shaking my shoulders and yelling, "Where were you?" 2 things I remember really clearly about the moments I came to are, 1, the look of fear, anger, and relief on my mom's tearful eyes as she was yelling at me, and 2, the confusion that I felt about what was going on. The last thing I remembered was walking on the trail back to camp, and now suddenly it was dark, and I was at the railroad tracks leading to the ranch, which was over 2 miles away. The best way I can describe it is to compare it to a movie, The Butterfly Effect. The main character would be living in one moment, then somewhere, suddenly, he'd wake up somewhere entirely different. My parents drove me back to camp, and I learned that it was 10:30 p.m. This meant that I had been gone for 11 hours, about 10 and a half which I can't account for to this day. My parents and all my family had understandably freaked the heck out when I hadn't returned to camp. They had been looking for me all day. I was a really good kid, growing up, and almost never broke any rules, so my parents were baffled at my behavior. I tried to explain to them that I had no memory of getting to the tracks, but they didn't believe me. They thought that maybe I got lost and was too embarrassed to admit it. This was the only time that I've ever experienced something like this. I can't explain how unsettling it is to not be able to account for all the hours that I was gone. Was it a coincidence that I had that creeped out feeling on the trail and then just lost 10 and a half hours of my life? I wish that I had answers for what had happened. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them?
For a moment, I thought my life was in danger, but now I just wish that I knew what they were doing. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was walking in the desert outside my small town. It was decently far into the desert. I drove my car and walked for a long time. I was walking back towards my car when I noticed a car that wasn't there before. At this point, I was already on alert, because A, I'd never ran into anyone out that far, besides a person jogging nearby. And B, they were driving a really small car out in the desert. We're some distance from even dirt roads. I drove my car farther in it than I probably should have, and it was still a ways away. Outside of the car, 3 men are taking off what looked like bulletproof vests. I can't imagine what else it could have been. I wasn't about to sit there and try to figure it out either. I just turned away and continued heading towards my car. My mind went to the worst robbery, cartel, murder. I'm sure that my eyes deceived me somehow. But like I said, I can't imagine what else it could have been. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for taking your tiny sedan out to the middle of the desert and taking off bulletproof vests. But I'm just not sure. Yet another story from me. Wow, catharsis. I guess this is why I love Reddit. For the story, I'm a 31-year-old female, and I was 15 when this started. I've alluded to it in comments on this subreddit, so I thought that I'd share the full story, since I can't sleep and am oversharing type of person. It started when I went to a movie at the indie theater in my hometown. We had 2 when I was growing up, both owned by the same people, but one theater featured major films/blockbusters. The other did the film festival, well known kind of everywhere, and more indie movies. My French teacher gave an extra credit assignment to see Man on Wire. I think that's what it was called. So I went with a friend to see it, though she wasn't in the class. When we went to the front, there was a very cute older guy that I recognized as a girl in our class. Older brother. I think he was 22 or 23 at the time. He complimented me and offered to comp our tickets, and gave me free popcorn and candy and whatnot, ignoring my much prettier friend. It felt nice to be noticed, so I accepted obviously, and we enjoyed the free movie day. For a little backstory, again, the girl who was his younger sister in my grade used to be a friend of mine, and I had met him many times as a kid, but he was enough older that I didn't think that he recognized me at first.
and at the age, I looked more like 19 or 20. The next couple of weeks, I saw him everywhere. Grocery store? Check. Outside my school? Check. Walking home from Safeway? Check. Everywhere. But being 15 and him being cute and older, my idiot butt thought that I was flattering. So I went to the theater again and was with a different friend. Same thing. He gave me free tickets, popcorn, etc. This friend already knew that it happened before because it was a major subject that I had a hot, older guy interested in me. We were so young and we thought that it was so great. He came into the theater during the movie to bring me an extra candy and his number on the back of a receipt. I thought it was so cute. He continued to show up everywhere over the next few months. At this point, I was halfway through 16, and I was at the same theater with the same friend that I was with the first time. He once again complimented me, saying that I was beautiful, asking if I had a boyfriend and if I liked to party. I said yes. He invited me to his house for a party that he was having. His address was very close to the house that my friend I was with lived in. So I said yes, knowing if I had a sleepover with her, that we could go and I would get to go to my first real party. I wasn't allowed out late, nor was I allowed to go to parties, if I'd ever been invited to a high school party. So it was perfect. We went late so that we wouldn't seem lame, and as we walked up, we could see through the front lit windows to where he was. It was an hour past and it was just him with several bottles of booze. We looked at each other and decided to walk back to her house. I still saw him a lot after, almost everywhere until I graduated high school and moved up north for college. I didn't go to that theater again until about a year ago. My husband and I parked at a nature area shortly after sunset. It's in the city but off a gravel road, so there's a bit of driving until you get to a paved lot. We were the only ones there. We parked and took some pictures of the sunset. Not even 5 minutes later, another car pulls up and parks right next to us in the whole empty lot. Okay, weird. But some people do stuff like that. They don't get out for the 2 to 3 minutes we're walking around the front of our car. Then we go onto a trail to see the lake. The lot is visible from the trail, and every time we look back, the car either has its headlights on, off, or flashing like someone locked the doors. We keep an eye out in case they followed us, but it doesn't seem like they ever left the parking lot. At this point, it's completely dark out. We walk back to our car after hanging around the trail for about 15 minutes. As soon as I get in the car, the other car turns on. When my husband gets in, the car drives off. They stop at a stop sign for a long time, even though there weren't any cars coming. Then they drove out of sight. I'm not sure what happened. Clearly they were watching us. But why? The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try to open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do. if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something. But I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I'm so glad to know he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him. Thanks for reading. I live with my partner of 10 years in my house. We live in towards the end of a cul-de-sac and are surrounded by woods, but the road itself is residential enough. Recently, she got up around 3 a.m. because she couldn't sleep and came downstairs to the living room. At some point, she saw someone outside, sticking a GoPro up to the window. She freaked out and ran upstairs where we called the police. We thought someone was casing the house or trying to actively break in. The cops came and looked around and went. We have an in-law apartment above the garage, where for the past couple of years I've rented out to my best friend for the past 20 years. He's really weird, a bit off, perhaps on the spectrum. And due to the closeness of mine and his relationship, I know that he's very open-minded about a lot of stuff. Generally speaking, he's pretty much addicted to a lot of things. His words. Okay, so I thought that maybe it was him, but I tossed it out of my mind because even that was too weird. Well, it turned out to be him. He admitted it a couple of days later, after feeling guilty and seeing how terrified we were thinking that someone was trying to break in. But not after we told the entire world what happened. So now, my relationship with him is ruined. We're kicking him out. I feel bad because he was literally one of my 2 best friends, but I also feel so violated. I trusted him and he spies on me? For some unknown perverted purpose? Also, I'm pretty forgiving, and if I were single, I'd let it slide. But I'm not, and my partner is totally not accepting of this deviant behavior. In fact, he's lucky that she didn't go to the police or something. Again, which is only because he is my friend. He expects that we can remain friends. I have to respect my partner, and quite frankly, myself. Plus, now we had to tell everyone we initially told the update, because we don't want them thinking that we're still currently in danger of being robbed or whatever. So now everyone knows. I don't want to be associated with someone who is a creep like that, regardless of being his best friend for 20 years. I'm curious as to anyone else's thoughts. What would you do if you found a very good friend creeping around your house, trying to watch you sleep? I don't know. I don't believe he's harmful, but he's had psychotic episodes in the past. He's had hallucinations at one point in life when he was very stressed. A neighbor that I was talking to said another neighbor said that they had someone looking in their windows one night as well. But I haven't been able to confirm this, and he vehemently denies that this was him. Which, I do believe him. But I'm super gullible, and of course he'd deny it. But again, I haven't confirmed this. It's through the grapevine, though they supposedly got a picture. I feel bad ending the friendship, but it's not practical to continue, and I just want to move on. Another thing is, I know he's had feelings for me, but on the other hand, he seems to be interested in everyone and anyone, so I never really took those feelings too seriously. Not that I don't believe they're real. He's just so odd as a whole. So at first I thought it was just about me. He definitely wanted to watch me, not my partner. And I do believe that that is true. But then when a neighbor might have seen someone at their window too, that's a whole new level. I don't know what I'm going for here, so I'll end this now. But this is weird and unacceptable behavior, right? I shouldn't feel guilty if I do want to end the friendship. Would anyone still be friends if this happened to them? Am I a weirdo for even thinking that I could still be friends with him? Assuming that my partner didn't exist and I didn't tell my entire family about what happened and who it was. A guy from the shop followed me. I recalled this weird encounter in my memory while I was reading other stories from this community. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I'll leave it here anyway. Once in the afternoon, I went to go get some groceries from a local shop. When I finally got there and started browsing different aisles, a random guy just stopped me and started having small talk with me. Then he asked for my number, but I politely declined because I had a partner. He didn't say anything and we parted our ways. After I got everything I needed, I left the shop and started walking back home, which takes me about 10 minutes. When I was just 1 minute away from my place, I heard a familiar voice saying, "Hey, can you stop?" loudly behind my back. I looked back and I saw the same guy from the shop earlier. Maybe I read too many crime stories, and he just happened to walk the same way as me. But it creeped me out a bit, so I just ran home like Sonic the Hedgehog after that. Then, luckily, I never saw him again. This happened about a year ago. I was riding the bus to a spa for a nice, relaxing massage when a very big dude got on the bus. He started to walk to a seat before stopping directly beside me and staring at me for way too long to be normal. I tried to ignore him because my fight or flight, or flight or fawn in my case, was kicking in, but he was blocking me from exiting my seat. Then he started saying through very mumbled speech how pretty I am and how beautiful my hair is, before reaching out and touching my hair. Here's where I noticed two things about him. One, that he is 100% high on meth, and the other is that he was missing an eye. At this point, I very loudly started saying things like, "You need to move away from me," hoping someone would notice and help. But no one did. He stood over me for 10 minutes before blocking me from getting up/off the bus, and no one said a thing. Eventually lost interest or something, I don't know. But here's the kicker. I found out later that day that this guy was released from a correctional facility only 2 days prior. He has things on his record, like throwing a propane tank through a police car while high on meth. Anyway, that spa trip was very much needed after that experience. Okay, this was a few years ago now. I was 15 at the time. It was homecoming dance, and I had this really big crush on this guy from my friend group. We were all going as a group, but I was really excited to possibly dance with this crush. My dad didn't really want me to go, and told me that he wouldn't be picking me up after the dance if I went because it was too late. It'd be about 11 p.m. by the time it finished. But I was just so excited to dance with my crush. I was like, whatever, I'll find my own way back. I was planning on taking the city bus. The dance was amazing. I had my first kiss. It was magic for my little 15-year-old self. After the dance, I'm walking to the mall/Walmart, because that's where the bus stop is. I'm on cloud 9 when I realize the buses are not running anymore. At this point, I had no phone, and I'm kind of just standing awkwardly outside of Walmart, thinking of what to do next. I didn't want to call my dad because I figured he'd be really mad at me, but to walk home would take me almost 2 hours, and I was only wearing a little formal dress, and it's 11:30 at night at this point. As I'm pondering all this, a man pulls up in a car and says, "Hey, are you okay?" I figured I looked stressed because I was feeling pretty stressed myself. I forget what I had responded with, but he said, "Well, I can give you a ride if you want." He sounded friendly enough, so I was like, "Well, maybe I'll just take this drive." As I'm walking to the car, alarms start going off in my head, and everything in me is telling me to stop and to not get in that car. I start backing away and say, "Actually, I'm good. It's okay." He insists it's okay and he'll drive me. I say, "No, it's okay." He drives away, but I see him circle back and come back up to me. "Are you sure you don't want to ride?" I say, "No, it's okay." I'm now starting to shake and feel really afraid. I walk as fast as I can to the nearest payphone, which is in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and I call my dad. I'm crying and apologizing and just begging him to come get me. My dad says that he'll come get me, so I hang up. As I hang up, I notice that car has followed me to this parking lot, so I call one of my friends and ask him to just stay on the phone with me until my dad shows up. Luckily, my dad showed up and everything was fine, but I do wonder what would have happened if I had gotten in that car. Back when I was an 18-year-old female working in a fancy hotel, the maintenance man, a 25-year-old male, was handsome, hardworking, and funny. Over time, we created a friendship, and I found myself comfortable around his presence after a few months. He asked me to go out on a date. We ended up going for dinner, and then for some drinks. I asked him what his last name was, and he replied that it was White. I thought nothing of this, and we moved on. The next day at work, I noticed that his name tag actually revealed his last name was Morrison. I never questioned this to him, but immediately found this to be very strange. When I got home, I told my mom, who immediately said that it was a red flag. A few hours later, she comes up to my room in a panic, saying that the very man that I went on a date with had beaten someone to death when he was 17. He bullied and chased the younger victim to a dead end, where he acted out a prolonged and vicious attack that was so severe that the victim had to have a closed coffin. My mom is an avid investigator when it comes to these things. We never went out again, but I did have to see him at work, which made it very awkward. A few years ago, a friend of mine from school also stabbed a man to death, and another friend punched someone in the face, and they died as a result of the injury. This happened to me a few years ago, probably back in 2017 when I was 14. I still think about this encounter almost every day. My dad lives near a small lake in Wisconsin. There are only about 100 people who live in this neighborhood. My brother and I spent every other weekend up there, so we knew pretty much everyone. My dad's house was the second house to the top of this large hill. At the very top is a gas station, and the diner where I would work over the summer. At the bottom of the hill was the lake and a small beach. That morning, I was waitressing at the diner, and at the end of my shift, I bought a slushie from the gas station and was planning on going down to the beach for the afternoon. Parked outside the diner was a gorgeous teal vintage car. I'm not sure what brand. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, but it seemed to be from the 60s, and it caught my eye. There was an older man in the driver's seat and his wife in the passenger seat. They had their windows up, and I wasn't too close, so I didn't get a great look at them, but I did notice that they were looking at me. I didn't think anything of it and started walking home. On my walk home, I remember wondering where they could be from. We don't get that many tourists, and I would have remembered if someone drove a car like that. The diner was off to a pretty quiet highway, and it was rarely used by out-of-towners, but I assumed that they were just driving through. My younger brother and I went to the beach that afternoon and hung out for a few hours. When we decided to head home, I packed up my stuff probably a minute before he did and started walking home before him. On the walk up the hill, there was probably half a city block's distance between us. He could clearly see me, but we were too far to talk. I heard a car coming towards me and looked back and moved to the side of the street. It's the car that I saw earlier at the diner. They slow down as they approach me, and I start to get nervous. The woman in the passenger seat rolls down her window, and I nearly crap my pants. They both seem to be wearing hyper-realistic latex face masks. There seemed to be no beginning and no end to the mask. There weren't noticeable holes for eyes, yet their eyes definitely seemed real, and there was no seam at the edge of the neck. If they were wearing masks, they were some of the best masks that I've ever seen, and must have cost a fortune. But it definitely wasn't their skin. There's no way. Something about them was so off. The woman asked me for directions to a highway that I've never heard of. I didn't drive yet, so this in itself wasn't weird, but I pointed them to the highway by the diner that leads out of town. They thanked me, rolled up the window, and drove away. I ran to my brother and told him what happened, and he said they looked pretty normal when they drove past him. But they looked normal to me that morning as well. The masks were too good. You had to be close enough to notice how strange they looked. There was just something so unsettling about them. They didn't really do anything odd, except asking a girl who's clearly too young to drive for directions. But it was a very small community. I might have been the first person that they had seen in hours. It was just the way they looked. I'd never seen anything like it, and I haven't seen anything like it since then. I mentioned it to my dad when I got home, but he didn't have much to say about it. I still feel deeply unnerved when I think about it, more than 6 years later. I don't believe in much of the paranormal stuff, and I do think that they were human. But why the masks? What were they doing there? And why ask a child who is obviously too young to drive for directions to a highway? Has anyone ever experienced something like this before? From the fall of 1973 through the spring of 1977, I attended the School of the Museum of Fine Arts here in Boston, Massachusetts. Although I took classes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, I'd often stay after school until 10 or 11 o'clock at night to do extra work. One evening at around 6:30 p.m., I went into a small room on the upper floor to do my transcendental meditation session. I was sitting there with my eyes closed meditating when a guy that I'd never seen before crept up behind me, put his hand over my mouth, and said in a nasty, threatening tone of voice, "Don't say a word. Do you understand?" I instinctively screamed at the top of my voice, "What the heck are you doing?" The guy fled immediately. Whew, that was a close call. Moreover, it was still light out when it happened. Had I just kept quiet as a mouse, it would have been a really, really bad trip for me, if one gets the drift, especially since the school is located in a really rough area. I work on shifts, so one week I'll be doing early shift, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and the other is late shift, 2:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. The area I live in is known for being pretty rough, and it's common to have workers lurking around, and I often have been propositioned many times. Also see loads of meth heads about too, especially at night. But one time was strange. I finished work at 11 p.m. and took the 15-minute drive home. When I arrived, I parked my car on the street as normal, having to parallel park between two cars. Once I was parked up, and just before I switched the car off, I noticed a lady run across the road to the entrance of the building where my apartment is. She then just stood there, staring directly at me in the car, without moving or looking away. She was like this for about 2 minutes. Since I still had my car on, I decided to leave the parking space and proceeded to park on the opposite side of the building, where there's a second entrance. As I drove past her standing at the entrance, she was watching me and didn't even take her eyes off me until I was out of sight. I got in the other entrance safely, and I'm not sure where she went after this. My thoughts are this: how did she know that I was heading for that entrance? Why did she wait for me there? Was she trying to get the code to unlock the door so that she can get in the future? Did she have an accomplice hiding around the corner? Did she just want some business? This hasn't happened since, but I think about it regularly and wonder what would have happened if I had gotten out of the car and used that entrance as normal. So I recently moved to an apartment, and there is a grocery store just opposite to the apartment where I shop often. One day I was waiting to cross the road to go to the grocery store when this guy on a bike kept staring at me. He then turned his bike and parked it near the store and kept looking in my direction. I didn't really think much of it and crossed the road, and then my eyes locked with his, and he gave a very creepy smile. I don't really know how to describe the smile, but it was pure evil, like a predator looking at prey, and it certainly did send a chill down my spine. His face and that smile was something that stayed with me for a few days, despite the fact that this was obviously not the first time that a guy looked at me in a creepy way. After a few days, I went back to the grocery store, and after shopping, I was trying to cross the road when all of a sudden the same guy popped up out of nowhere, and he followed me up to the entrance of my apartment and kept looking at me until I entered the elevator. So now, this guy knows where I live, and he probably lives nearby and has his eyes on me. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm also worried that he's noting when I leave my home. I have a pretty set routine where I go for my dance classes on Saturday and Sunday on a set time, and I'm kind of worried that he's noting this. At this point, he 1 knows where I live, 2 has followed me twice, and 3, he is very creepy and looks like he has bad intentions and has actual intention to do harm. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I have a very bad feeling about this guy. But he hasn't really done anything to file a police complaint or anything. I don't really know what to do. A few years back, I, a 23-year-old female, was driving home after taking my dad to the airport for a late flight. It was already dark when I left the airport and still had a 3-hour drive home. A few hours into the drive, I get recalculated to some windy back road highway. There were no cars or streetlights, and so it was a pretty dark and creepy road. As I turned a curve, I noticed a black car come out of nowhere and start to ride my bumper. Then the blue lights. The road was so dark, I had to drive for a minute to find a spot with at least a few small lights where I could pull over. The officer came up to my window and asked me if I knew that my tags were expired. I thought it was kind of odd because I was driving my mom's car, and she's usually pretty on top of things like that. But it was more the way that he talked that made me uneasy. He was speaking pretty fast, like he was in a hurry or something. As he's standing at my window, before he even gets my license and registration, his radio beeps, and he tells me that he has to go on another call. He practically runs back to the car and speeds off. I head back home, half weirded out, half thanking God that I didn't get a ticket. I kind of brush it off until I go outside to my car the next day and find that my tags were not due to expire for 2 more months. It could have been a simple mistake, but I couldn't help recalling how weird the whole incident was. He could have misread the number, but looking back, I wonder what could have happened if he was someone with bad intentions. From there on, I only pull over when in well-populated areas, and if a safe option is unavailable, I call 911 to make them aware. Am I doing something wrong by being nice to the cashier at the grocery store? So, I moved to a new place. I'm Indian, and I frequently go to Indian grocery stores. I've been to this store a couple of times since I moved. I'm short and did something silly during checkout. I was helplessly trying to reach for the divider to separate the groceries in the checkout line. I look around, hoping nobody noticed, and this cashier guy is smiling at the whole situation. I smile back and try to get done with checkout ASAP. From that day onwards, I find this guy trying to grab my attention. He looks at least a decade older than me, quite tall. I find him staring at me quite a lot, walking through the aisles where I'm shopping, just taking glances. This happened twice or thrice, and then he starts walking up to me casually asking questions like, "How are you?" He doesn't seem to come to me when I'm with my friend, but only when I'm alone. I find him lingering around. One day, he just gave me a free snack. I said no, but he handed it over to me and left. The next day, he asks if I have a job and if I'm married. He kind of gets excited when I tell him that I'm a developer and single. He doesn't speak English. He proceeds to say something in Hindi, which I'm not super good at. I'm trying to ask him what he said, and he says something but I don't understand. Also, there have been instances where he would step out of the store and watch me while I'm sitting in the car until I leave. He just smirks and keeps looking at me. I'm a shy introvert. I'm bad at avoiding situations. I always talk nice regardless of who it is. What should I do now? Does this mean that he's interested in me? How do I politely handle this? He kind of knows who I usually shop with, and I don't want to make it an awkward situation for my friends. Am I overreacting? To clarify, I'm not interested in this person. I always smile and talk. Maybe that's sending him wrong signals. But this is giving me a weird, not so good feeling. I could stop going to that store, but that doesn't seem right. The fact that I have to avoid a public space because of a man makes me feel pathetic, but I understand in terms of safety. Maybe I can always go with someone there if I have to. Not sure if that's the right thing. Like, it is the only Indian grocery store around. This situation is just an inconvenience at this point. I hope that anyone who has been through something like this is and are in a better situation with peace. Definitely makes it awkward to get unwanted attention from random people. Thank you for the ones who commented on the previous post. I'll avoid going to that store for a long time as much as possible. If I do have to go, I'm going to have my friend with me always. Being at the store by myself is giving him the opportunity to make advances or create situations where I cannot get away from him easily. Update. Thank you all so much for the replies. It makes me feel less anxious. I'm never going back to that store. I had to go today to get a few things for my friend. She had a surgery. She didn't want to come along. She's fine to go out, but I dragged her with me. She hadn't noticed that man all these months. I've been going to the store alone for the past couple of weeks. So he was just openly flirty today. He would avoid approaching me if I'm with someone. That wasn't the case today. He was outside the store when we reached there. He smiled at us and went inside, then stood at the entrance to get a close-up. He leaned towards me and said hi, just the gesture of waving. Obviously, a lot of people noticed, including my friend. He kept smiling, looking at me all the time. The store manager was there. He didn't seem to bother. After we reached back home, I told my friend that I'm never going back there again. I asked her if I was overreacting and she said no. She's the one who told me to ignore him while shopping and wear headphones. Today was subtle because I was with her. He didn't talk much, otherwise he'd be standing in front of me asking me personal questions. My friend said that she won't take me there for the longest, and decided to go there only if we're in a group of 3 or more, with guys from our friend circle. This seems small in comparison to all the stories that I've read on here. I'm a 19-year-old female. My whole life, I've lived on a small, isolated road about 15 minutes away from the city. My parents built the house my siblings and I have lived in our whole lives. I have 3 siblings, all of us being females. We have neighbors, but also aren't too close together, like an urban community. One of our next-door neighbors, let's call him Frank, has lived on his property about as long as my parents have. Growing up, I have always gotten a weird gut feeling from this man, and my mom has always told me to listen to it. I've never been alone with him and never plan on it. He lives alone, had a girlfriend when I was around 10 years old, and had a dog who sadly passed away a few years back. My older sister and I would go over to his house and spy on him through a small hole in his barn when we were younger. Tons of adult content hung up all over his barn. Growing up, he has always shown up to our house whenever we have a bonfire or any event where he can hear people having fun. Always unwelcome, and it's obvious that no one wants him there, but he still never leaves. His excuse for this behavior is being drunk. Around June, I had a graduation party at my house for graduating high school. It was absolutely perfect, and I was surrounded by all of my loved ones. While things were wrapping up and people started heading home, Frank continued to stay. Quite usual for how he is, but nonetheless frustrating. We began to have fun, and it got to a point where the only adults there were at my house, and Frank. My mom had went inside to go to bed, and my dad was beginning to get tired and kept hinting to Frank that he should probably head home soon. Frank said, "All right, man." He then proceeded to pull out a chair and sit and watch us all play cup pong while staring at us minors. My older sister went up to my dad and expressed how uncomfortable it had made her that he was staring at a bunch of minors. My dad is not a confrontational man, but has always made sure that we felt safe and comfortable, and will be confrontational when the time comes. My dad then told Frank that he needed to leave immediately. Frank refused and said, "I'll stay here and watch over the kids while you go to bed." That right there set us all off. One of my friends then starts yelling at Frank, telling him that he needs to leave, and it's not okay for him to be there. And after we have asked him multiple times to go, he eventually leaves. But ever since then, he has been making extremely gross and inappropriate comments to my dad about how attractive my younger 17-year-old sister is. My dad has confronted him multiple times, and he will not change this behavior, and still will come over after being told to stay on his property. Whenever I leave my house to go anywhere, especially at night, Frank watches me through his window. It just freaks me out. He gives us all such a weird, creepy gut feeling, and nothing we do to confront him seems to work out. He's done a lot of weird things like this all throughout my childhood, but it's been at an all-time high recently. Any ideas on how to stop this? When I, a 20-year-old female, was younger, maybe around 13 to 14 years old, I was walking to town with my mother. I live in a smallish town in England. It was a quick walk, roughly 15 minutes. But about 5 minutes after leaving my house, I had one of the most unsettling encounters ever. Whilst walking, there was a man approaching us. Nothing weird at this point. I thought he'd walk past us like everyone else. However, This random man leaned in towards me as he was walking past and whispered something to me. I remember it being creepy and along the lines of him knowing where I lived. It was subtle and happened quickly. I was shocked, especially since my mother was right next to me. Bold move from a creepy guy. I recall the man being possibly in his late 20s, kind of scruffy looking, a little chubby, with longish brown hair and a beard, but I knew that I'd never seen him before this point. I waited a few seconds for us to distance ourselves from the stranger, then turned to my mom completely freaked out and quietly asked if she heard what the guy had said. She said she didn't. I thought maybe I'd misinterpreted the situation, or maybe I misheard him. We kind of brushed it off and continued with our day. I felt uneasy but tried not to think about it. The rest of the day was fairly normal. Until the morning after when my dad was talking to our neighbor. Neighbor told my dad that during the early hours of the morning, there was a man lurking right outside our houses for some time, hovering around my dad's and neighbor's cars. Now this is really weird because we live in a kind of closed-off area. The only people we see outside our homes are neighbors, but even they wouldn't come up right to our doors, especially not at like 2 to 3 a.m. Even delivery drivers can't find our house most of the time because we're hidden away. This has never happened before, and never happened again after this, at least to our knowledge. Of course, you can imagine how absolutely terrified I was to hear this. I explained to my dad what had happened the day before and reminded my mom, kind of an I told you so moment. I felt so scared to be in my own home. I remember calling my friend and talking about the situation. We researched about what we could do, but there really wasn't any action that we could take. Just had to be observant and cautious, I guess. I can't remember much about what happened after that, but I never saw the man again. The whole situation creeps me out, and it doesn't make sense. The man outside my house wasn't confirmed to be the same man that walked past me earlier, as it was too dark to make out any discernible features. But it sure is an amazing coincidence if so. Never knew where to talk about this experience, but I figured it belongs here. I'd love to hear your opinions and theories. This happened in July, I believe. It was around 1 a.m., and it was still about 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and where I live, AC isn't very common. So I, a 22-year-old female, was sitting in the living room with all of the windows and doors open. I head out to smoke, and since everything was open and I didn't want the house to smell like smoke, I walked down the driveway and sat on the curb. There was a man standing on the same side of the street, but a block down, just staring at me. And I got really uncomfortable, so I got up and crossed the road. The way my triplex is set up is a 3-car driveway, then a few stairs up that lead into the yard, and then the door to my right, my neighbors straight ahead, and some more stairs to my other neighbors upstairs. I live somewhere with a lot of homeless people, and they'll come up the driveway to look in our trash cans or whatever, and that's fine. They never go up past the steps. So I'm standing on the other side of the road, and I watch the man stand and stare at me, and then he proceeds to walk all the way into my yard, and I start to panic because I didn't lock the doors, and all the windows were open. So I start to walk down the street, and I see a man who looks normal, and I stop him, and ask if he could just pretend to know me. In retrospect, this wasn't my brightest decision, but whatever. So me and this man are standing there just talking, and I'm explaining the situation, and we're both smoking a cigarette, and we're looking at my house. I'm a few houses down now. And the man keeps peeking around the line of the trees next to my place. He peeks around the corner a few more times and eventually walks up to me. I'm very scared at this point and I'm shaking. And he asks me for a cigarette and I go to hand him one. And he goes, "Why are you shaking? Are you scared?" And I was just like, no, have a great night." He walks away, and the other dude stands there for a bit longer with me, and the scary man starts peeking around another corner just staring at me again. The dude walks me to my house, and I just shut all the windows and doors, and I just dealt with the heat. I'm grateful for the random dude, and I don't know what I would have done if he wasn't there. This happened today. 2 hours ago, I got a ride from home from my university. I sat in the car, and the driver rested his elbow on the front passenger seat and kept moving it back. I felt extremely uneasy and felt that he was getting ready to touch me. Right after 10 seconds, we stopped at a traffic signal that I told him I needed to get off. I'd forgotten something in my uni, and he was like, "No, ask someone else to get it for you." And I was like, "No, I can't. I need to go get it myself from my professor." Then a beggar came, and he aggressively told her to leave. And then another came, and he, instead of asking me to shut the window, aggressively started shutting it himself, touching my knee. I said to just drop me there, and I can walk back to my university. And he was like, "No, I'll take a U-turn ahead and bring you back." And I spent the longest 3 minutes of my life in that car, but his hand was in his lap during the time. The sad part is, I called my mom and let her know that I'll be late. And once I got home, she started blaming my clothes. And once I asked how my dress is not appropriate, she blamed my long legs. My sister blamed my institute for being too liberal. And then such men roaming around to pick up liberal girls. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school, so it was dark by the time I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops, all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working so I could say hi, but I didn't see them, so I turn around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. "Miss, excuse me." I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, "I don't have cash on me, sorry." And he says it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I feel bad just ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in. He stops by the door, asking the cashier if he knows how he could get some help because he thinks his car got stolen, and that he was from insert name of neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it and then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu, but I was like, okay, and just bought him the drink. He tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where Cold Stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance. He's like, oh, and asks me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink. Now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? And why the heck would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, the drink was my treat. Hope you get your situation figured out. I leave the sushi place. He exits too and starts walking behind/beside me. I get scared and decide to not walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and see that he's still following me. Miss? Lady, excuse me. I finally turn around and asks if he needs anything else. You were going to give me a ride? No, I can't. Oh, okay. Sorry. He walks away. I pace around the back corner of the store for a while. terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. Also, my phone had died, so I left it in the car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter, looked like a middle schooler, and I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk with me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, agrees, and a few minutes later we leave Rite Aid. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining the situation. I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, "Okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat." I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man, or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5'0" girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, but what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late. I should have had my phone on me. I should have just ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people clearly. Happy to be safe at home now, although I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is very unfortunate because I frequently do both. Exchange students sometimes have the worst. I was an exchange student from Malaysia and was placed in Missouri in 2006. They were a family of 4, a son and a daughter, and they lived somewhere around Webster Groves. They looked nice, warm and welcoming, but it was all a facade, for they were trying to gain my trust. Coming from a country where all your neighbors are practicing a million different religions would kind of desensitize you, or make you very aware. I was the latter. The first week was fine, but sometimes I would wake up a little bit early and find them gathered in the kitchen in a circle, around the kitchen table, mumbling and whispering. They'd stop as soon as I entered. It was very disconcerting, but I brushed it off thinking that it was just an American quirk. During the second and third week it became worse. The boy wouldn't touch me because I'm born from sin, his words, not mine, and the girl was afraid of me because I spoke to the father whilst looking him in the eye. I started prodding her for answers whenever little things that I did, which are normal by the way, like reading before bed, talking directly to the parents, and eating a sandwich, would elicit small gasps and hyperventilation. She told me that I have residues of the wicked and that I'm going to hell. She told me about a cleanse and a daily prayer wash. I've seen them singing the same hymns over and over again, reciting the same verses in different tones, and it really freaked me out. I wasn't stupid. I realized I was in a cult when they took me to church. I was made to sit in the front, and the pastor was conducting the service specifically for me. I realized it when I looked around and saw that everyone was looking at me. I felt like I was in a horror movie. Wide-eyed, silent stares. Men and women were separated. People wore different colored ribbons on their wrists, and the children looked haunted or just plain frightened. Nobody spoke to me or even came close to me. The men never looked me in the eye, and the women whispered and shunned me. I went there twice. School was on break, so I had to stay in with them. Many weird things happened, but none was as bad as waking up in the middle of the night to find the mother sitting next to my bed, reciting verses from the Bible in the dark. As soon as I'm awake, she'd stop and silently walk away. The family began treating me very badly after that. I was punished for being out of line. No dinner, locked in until morning, no sweet drinks. I had to cover up with long-sleeve tops, long pants, a skirt, etc. I think I lasted because I was curious. They probably thought that since I was from Southeast Asia, I must be quite gullible and naive. They tried brainwashing me about how sinful I was, how lost I was, how the world is going to end and I'll be dragged to hell unless I accept their teachings. I was there for a month before our chapter coordinator came by for a visit. I told her everything, outside of the house naturally, and I left with her immediately. We came back with a group of people from the exchange organization about an hour later, and found them in the midst of burning the things of the sinful non-believer. Thankfully, my passport and other relevant documentation was untouched. I never found out what kind of cult they were. I was raised in cult teachings in an isolated homeschool environment, and then my family moved to the cult later. Brainwashing was there. It wasn't obviously rote in the same thing every time, as the pastor was very charismatic and convincing, but it actually was. We sang about only 20 songs, mostly hymns over the course of the time that I was there. It was run and controlled by a single pastor. There was a board, but there was no accountability. It was kind of a joke. Only the most supportive, i.e. the people who considered him always right, were elected to the board. It was very abusive and controlling. Coffee was unspiritual. Missing meetings gained you a phone call from a board member telling you that you were breaking fellowship. Everything was about the pastor. I mean, literally. Sin was thinking negative thoughts about the group and the pastor. He set himself up as the wisest man on earth. For the girls, they had it worse. He would convince each one that they had a problem, i.e. idolatry, and he would proceed to abuse them. The cult was less than 30 people. As for why he's not in jail, settlements. My experience was awful. I had some serious depersonalization, and the effects on me are awful. Living in fear, anxiety, intense emotional pain, constant flashbacks. It's really bad. My parents are still in it, and relationships with them are probably impossible. Talking about anything will get me verbal abuse. Child abuse is really bad. I left this last year, so I'm still processing a lot. I want to try to be concise and still give a proper breakdown of my time growing up in a cult. I'm going to start by breaking down the ideology. The second coming of Christ. They believe the second coming is and was alive. He was a Korean man who went by the name of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. He was given the mission by Jesus in a vision when he was 16 years old on a mountaintop, and it is his purpose to create an example of the ideal family, so all may shape their families in its likeness and create an ideal world. Restoration of the fall. Jesus forgives your sins, but what about restoring humanity to what it was before the fall, by paying spiritual indemnities and cleansing humanity of those sins in the first place? Their idea of indemnity is almost like paying karma forward. You can put yourself through misery to either pay for past mistakes of humanity or to ensure that good things will happen in the future. You can pay indemnity by 1. Living in a van for years and years on one of their task forces, fundraising by selling candles or wind chimes, sometimes more than 14 hours a day. 2. Getting an arranged marriage after abstaining from absolutely any contact with the opposite sex all of your life by the Reverend himself, or now your parents, thereby overcoming the temptation of the fall by denying your desires and obeying the church completely. Actually, this is the most important aspect to the church, that you get matched and blessed their word for marriage. It is the only thing that will eventually restore humanity. 3. converting other members. 4. Doing hundreds or thousands of bows to a picture of Reverend Moon every night for about X amount of days. 5. Taking cold showers every day for X days. 6. Fasting. You can drink water for a provincial number of days, either 3, 7, 21, or 40. Note, you must do a 7-day fast before you get married. 7. Giving money offerings to the church. The church also started charging for ancestor liberation in the last couple of decades. Just like old school Catholics, you can pay to have your dear old granddad hoisted out of the pits of hell. Since the church is Korean, they have deep resentment towards the Japanese, and ancestor liberation can be thousands of dollars per person liberated. For Americans, I think it was little over 100, I think. 8. Beat yourself to repetitive chants on an approved spirit cleansing event. 9. Or basically denying yourself of any human comfort or need for some time. Some do sleep deprivation conditions. There's a lot else, but I can't keep going. Growing up in the church. There are countless strange rituals in the church. Like on your birthday, you and your whole family has to wake up at 5 a.m., go to the altar of Reverend Moon, say a prayer and offer food. When the ritual is almost over, the birthday kid usually has to take the food and offer some to each of the family members, and you always leave some on the altar. There are countless stories told to the second generation. Children born from marriages approved by Reverend Moon. We were supposed to have been born as purely as Jesus, without original sin. Of members who left the church and immediately got hit by a bus, or became prostitutes and died from ODing, or unalived themselves out of guilt. Koreans. Korea in the church is seen as the New Jerusalem, Koreans being the new chosen people. Every leader in the church is a Korean, despite the religion's heavy unification of world cultures and religions overtones. Koreans often were the only match to other Koreans. None of Moon's kids were allowed to marry anyone other than a Korean. Japanese members have always been in the church's cash cow, guilting them into paying more in tithing and overcharging them for everything. Americans got their fair share of that too. The church often comes up with a new ceremony, like a holy wine ceremony, where drinking this new blessed wine, usually juice, will heal you of all of your sins. That, of course, you have to pay to get into. Sometimes they just make a big plea for extra money, like their total life offering, which was something like, if you paid the church $16,000, you would never have to pay them for anything again, which was a lie. Some members took out second mortgages on their houses to pay these offerings. My wrists are seriously hurting from typing this much, so I'll leave some space for questions. I haven't even made a dent in the beliefs, rituals, or culture of the church yet. Update. I will say, in response to people in this thread who ask how someone could fall for this, and how people could stay in for so long, cults like this never approach it like, hey, a Korean guy is the Messiah. You want to join? They take you through steps, almost like Scientology, but not so clearly defined. The Unification Church was going around in America in the 70s preaching a true love and family values, stuff many people, especially people with Christian backgrounds, can get behind. The church does have heavy Christian influence, so much of the language is the same, but they'll start discussing these things with you, like the evils of the world. If Jesus restored the world, then why would there need to be a second coming? We should prepare ourselves for the next Messiah. A Messiah is exactly what we need. How else can we right the wrongs of this world? Once you get them going on that, you just pump them up with all of the same religious feel-good stuff. God is our Father. God is watching out for you. He wants the best for you. God hurts when you don't do what's right. And eventually, God becomes some kind of emotionally sensitive dude that you have to coddle and take care of. Then, once your members are pumped, they're living in vans. They're trying to recruit other people. That's when you start with the deeper stuff. You know the Messiah is here. The tension has been building to this moment for literally years. The members are overjoyed and can't wait to do anything that this guy says, so that they can be like Jesus' first disciples. No one thinks they're a victim. They think they're literally saving the world. It appealed to a lot of people who were raised Christian, but were dissatisfied with the contradictions or shortcomings of their parents' religions. Anyways, sorry for the block of text. I'm done. For now. I'm surprised that there aren't more former Children of God / the Family International babies posting on this thread. I was born and raised in the Children of God / the Family International, and I'm convinced that it is and was one of the most detrimental cults out there because of the way that their doctrines were weaved into every tiny area of people's lives. Everything was dictated by leadership and controlled by peer pressure. It was a communal cult. Hive mentality was rampant. The type of food you ate, the way you dressed, who you lived with, the education you received, the movies you watched, the music you listened to, who you married, everything was controlled. There was absolutely no real free will allowed, and very minimal contact with the outside world happened, except if you were asking people for money or trying to convert them to Christianity / the cult. I left when I was in my early 20s, and it's only been a few years since then, so I'm still trying to unlearn a lot of things. I decided to go to college and get an education, and I'm so miserable because basic things like how to study for an exam or how to interact with your professor are completely foreign concepts to me. I didn't find out till college that I'm pretty good at science and math, subjects that were highly discouraged in the group, or if taught at all, were either very simplistic, math only went up to basic algebra if you were lucky, or taught with such a religious / creationist spin that it's unrecognizable as science. Someone actually posted excerpts from the biology textbook that I had in high school here on Reddit a while ago, and everyone was commenting, these are all lies and not real science. And I'm all, well, crap. I like to imagine that if I'd had regular schooling when I was younger, maybe I could have been an engineer or an astronaut or something awesome. People are probably going to counter with that statement with, it's never too late to try. Platitude. And I'd just say, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Forget dating. I have more knowledge and experience under my belt than most people my age, and I don't have a clue what normal dating looks like. Passionate hugging is synonymous with intimacy, and that's synonymous with control. I am terrified of getting into a relationship because I know that it would be so ridiculously easy for someone to abuse their power over me. When you're raised to always say yes, you have no idea what a struggle it is to say no. When people find out about this cult, the thing that usually gets focused on the most is the sexual aspect of it. It was literally that kind of cult. But for me, the worst part is just having no frame of reference for connecting with other people outside the group. I can forget the bad things that happen and just get on with my life. But it's difficult knowing how to make new friends and build a life outside the FI. I just don't get most of what people talk about. I've only got a few years of movies, music, pop culture history in my brain, and I can't really relate to how other people react to things. I didn't have any of those normal experiences in high school like dating, going to prom, etc. My best friends are former TFI people because I can't seem to make real friends out here in the great wide jungle of a world. I wonder how I'll ever be able to get close to people when they will never be able to comprehend the experiences I've gone through. And at the same time, I can't relate to their experiences either. Real life things that most people take for granted, like graduating college, buying a house, having a successful job, etc., seem like fairy tales to me because nobody in my life growing up did those things. I don't have anybody who can give me advice on how to accomplish those normal life tasks because nobody I grew up with or our parents did any of those things. I feel pretty lost. I'm still picking pieces of this cult out of my identity, and it's exhausting. Edit. I just wanted to add a random artifact from my upbringing. I went to see the Hunger Games Catching Fire recently, and I broke down crying in the middle of it because I had a sudden realization that I grew up believing that the sort of apocalyptic, depressing scenario played out in the Hunger Games was an inevitable outcome in my future. Not the actual Hunger Games, obviously, but the extreme government control, oppression of the people, dire social circumstances, etc. It made me feel very alone in that moment, setting with the knowledge that I was viewing that very thing in my childhood nightmares, and knowing that nobody around me could possibly comprehend the reasons for my tears. I was raised in a cult. Both of my parents were members of the Children of God, nowadays called the Family International. We traveled all over Europe from city to city and performed music on the streets and passed out leaflets to convert people. I have many brothers and sisters, mostly from different dads, as the philosophy of the sect was kind of rooted in the free love hippie movement. There are some pretty serious and I think conclusive accusations of child abuse within the sect. But thankfully, my parents didn't do that. My stepdad, however, physically and verbally abused us, as corporal punishment was very encouraged. He never got caught, although we frequently showed overt signs of abuse. But since we weren't ever in one place for more than a couple of days, well, you get the picture. We were, of course, all homeschooled too, which I hated, since that was also a constant source of abuse. My stepdad taught me timetables by asking me repeatedly, what's X times Y? And if I'd get the result wrong, I'd get slapped on the fingers with a cooking spoon, as many times as the result was. Thankfully, my parents got out of the sect by the time that I was about 13 years old. My stepdad didn't give up his habits though, which continued until I was old enough to fight back. Settling into regular school was very difficult, as I was constantly and heavily bullied for wearing secondhand clothes, not speaking German very well, and just being completely different. After a couple of years though, I went from worst in the class to best, and being kind of accepted. Nowadays, I still have some lingering issues, which I'm not sure if they'll ever be fixable. One of them is trust issues, which has also prevented me so far from seeking therapy. It's all a very long time ago too, and I've pretty much made my peace with all of it already. I think my parents got out of the sect before it got really crazy. I was born and raised in a cult, and considered myself a member up until I left my parents' home at the age of 18. The group that I was associated with is not well known, but the effects on the members are tragic and undeniable. We were literally brainwashed. We had weekly services with a set program, 3 hymns, prayer, sermonette, hymn, announcements, main message, hymn, and prayer. It never altered from that layout. As well, the messages that we would hear were often videotaped sermons from maybe 5 main people at headquarters. The topics were extremely narrow: prophecy / the end is coming, self-improvement / all of you suck and you should hate yourselves, setting ourselves apart / don't talk to worldly people, they will taint you. There were many ways in which we were indirectly encouraged to harm ourselves. Many people looked down upon modern medicine and felt that using it was a way of turning away from God, slapping him in the face, making it clear that he wasn't needed. I personally knew people who died for their faith, waiting for God to heal them. On the other hand, when any of the main leaders fell ill, they were immediately rushed off to receive medical care. They controlled our diet. We pretty much were kosher, though they denied all influence or association from/with the Jews. There were annual days of fasting, and whenever the leadership would scare up enough drama within the members, they would declare a church-wide fast so we could all get closer to God and resolve our issues. We fasted when the church's income was said to be dropping. We fasted when leaders were ill. We fasted when people died. We had our own personal fasts just for the heck of it, or when we felt especially guilty and out of touch with God. Parents were encouraged to get their children involved as young as possible. My parents tell me that I started observing the annual fast when I was 3 years old. I remember one year when my brother was 2 or 3. At one point during the day, he just broke down sobbing because he was so thirsty. Oh yeah, we abstained from food and drink. We got obscenely dehydrated every time. Looking back, I just don't understand how a parent can behave that way. They were so negative. I can't even describe it. We spent so much time and energy frantically thinking that we can't think about the opposite sex, that it was all we thought about. It was evil, dirty, wrong, and it would hurt if we weren't married. I literally built up so much fear over it that when I finally did, as an unmarried adult, that I had developed a pain condition. The cause is often psychological. In my case, being so afraid of it hurting that it hurt, which further fed into my fear. There was actually an entire message once where one of the leaders took on the subject, "Are we a cult?" And he actually went through a checklist for us. His conclusion was that we were a cult, but that it was a good thing. We should be proud. Only not. Pride is a sin. We should be pleased. You had to be baptized before a minister would marry you. You couldn't be baptized and marry someone else who wasn't. You couldn't marry outside the church. Some ministers wouldn't baptize you if they thought your only incentive was to get married. There were rampant cases of abuse from the leadership, but we were always too fearful to report it. Always taught that it must have in some way been our fault. Traditional gender roles were enforced, i.e., women stay home, pop out babies, cook and clean. Men were to work and support the home. Having children, and lots of them, was strongly encouraged. Be fruitful and multiply and all that stuff. Adoption was frowned upon, even for those who were unable to have their own children. So many families were living in poverty because there were just too many children to take care of. God forbade that any of them have a medical condition that required constant treatment. We were robbed on a regular basis. They called it tithing. Not only did we give 10% of our entire income, but we were also to a set second 10% aside to be used at a 7-day religious convention of sorts every year. And on every third year, we would give an additional 10% to the church. Imagine losing 20% of your income every year and 30% every third year. Imagine being poor to begin with. Imagine being told that you are poor because you have been literally stealing from God by not diligently paying your tithes. I could go on forever. There is so much. I was into drugs and trouble when I was a teenager, and as a last-ditch effort, my parents shipped me off to a fundamentalist Christian treatment center a couple of states away when I was 17. While I did actually end up turning my life around as a result of the whole thing, it sort of ended up being an out-of-the-frying-pan and into-the-fire experience, in that once I'd completed the program, which was over a year long, I ended up moving in with a guy who worked there and becoming involved in a church youth group that, unbeknownst to me, of course, was a cult in its initial embryonic stages. It's a long story, but the guy that I moved in with was renting from this guy who was a heavy metal drummer who'd gotten saved and become something of a self-proclaimed prophet within the local charismatic Christian scene, and acquired the inevitable cult following that comes along with something like that. I got sucked into his social circle because I was young, insecure, and naive, and because I'd just gotten done spending 15 months steeped in a culture of biblical literalism and charismatic fervor. After a few years of doing as many drugs as I could get my hands on. Take note, drugs tend to have a detrimental effect on the developing mind. One of the girls in the youth group that hung around our place got her school to invite this guy to an assembly program. He brought some musician friends of his, played a show, and afterwards talked to the auditorium full of students about his experiences growing up poor and getting sucked into the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing. Afterward, the school invited him to come back and do the same thing the following year. Long story short, this guy was already kind of a megalomaniac and an ego-driven butthole, and being in a stage in front of all of those kids turned into his new favorite drug. It's hard to explain the process by which I and all of my friends at the time were sort of mentally seduced into devoting our entire lives to helping this guy build an empire of heavy metal high school assembly programs. But within a year, we were all raising money doing car washes, grocery baggings, and soon manning tables of merch that just straight up soliciting donations to funnel straight into this guy's pockets. Ostensibly, it was all going to fund these high school programs that we were responsible for booking as many of as possible, because the programs were to be free to the schools, but he was actually charging the schools for the Lyceum productions under the table. This is actually really hard to talk about. At the same time, there was a heavy Christian aspect to the whole thing. This guy thought that he had the direct connection to God himself, and there were literally these spontaneous meetings that he would have us all come to at his house, where he would just talk and talk for hours about what God was doing and how we were all called to be part of it. How some would answer the call, while others would choose the world and our own lives instead. I mean, it was some really messed up stuff, and I bought it all, hook, line, and sinker, even though it never felt right. I allowed myself to be convinced that my reservations were my flesh and the devil, and that the very voice of reason itself was a temptation that God was calling me away from. This went on for a while. The first time I had a falling out with this guy, it was while he was cutting me a check for work that I had done for him. He spontaneously and irrationally attacked me out of the clear blue sky, shoving me up against a wall and swearing a blue streak in my face, all while threatening over and over to break my nose off of my face. I talked him down, walked away, and didn't come back for a year. I was sick in the head though, and I eventually decided that I needed to come back to the Lord. And of course, the way to do that was to track this guy and his team of minions down and give them hundreds of dollars. Suddenly, we were best friends again. The culture of fraud and manipulation had gotten even deeper and weirder while I'd been away. There was now quite a bit of money being raised, not just by soliciting donations at public events, but through high-level investors as well. And everybody was doing the fundraising thing full-time and just stockpiling guns. The leader and his wife would routinely disappear for weeks at a time, and I came to find out that what they were doing was going to Florida and Hawaii a lot. Because, dangling that carrot is a lot of work. What I'm describing is really a pretty incomplete picture of the whole thing, because I'm really rushing through the story. Shortly after coming back to the group, I realized that I couldn't stand to live like that anymore, and I moved away, back to the state where I grew up, and started my own youth outreach program. But literally the day I moved away, this guy called me and started working on me to get me to come back into the fold. After 7 months, I folded. No pun intended. Sorry, that was terrible. And came back when he offered me some ridiculous amount of money to run the church that he'd started, while him and his ministry team were on the road, where they spent most of their time in those days. Again, to abbreviate things, I will just say that when I moved back, I found myself in circumstances severely different than what he described. And the money, to put it bluntly, never happened. He just swindled me again. Thoroughly disillusioned, I left again, this time for good, and never went back. After about a year, I relapsed under the mental whatever the heck you call it, that happens to your mind after 5 years of what I just described, and spent the better part of a decade just working at a coffee shop and getting as drunk and stoned as I could afford to be every night. Something I didn't bring up, though, was that when I first got out of treatment as a teenager and got involved with that youth group, I'd started seeing a girl, and after a year we'd gotten married. She'd been with me the whole time throughout this experience, and after leaving that group for good and spending years and years drunk off my butt, she finally convinced me to get some help, which I did. I went into treatment again and got cleaned up, and then went to college and earned an AAS, and I actually just got my first job in the field this week. Well, 99% sure, just waiting on a phone call here. So the story does have sort of a happy ending. Well, the best part of it is that within the past couple of years, literally every one of my friends from back in the day that were involved with this guy finally walked out on him and blew the whistle on the whole fraud thing. So it looks like he's probably up the creek. A local news media outlet has been following the story for the last couple of years now, but I don't think that I'm supposed to post a link to any of that, since it would reveal personal information and stuff. But yeah, the whole thing was just a huge nightmare. It's very difficult for me to talk about this, but maybe it's time. Note, I'm 27 now, and this all happened when I was 18 and 19 years old. I wasn't raised in church. My grandparents grew up with very religious parents and didn't want to force anything on us. That being said, in high school, I got very curious about God, religion, etc. I started dating a guy when I was in the 9th grade who took me to church with him. He was a Southern Baptist, so I kept going. We broke up, but that's important because that was my first experience with church. I just wanted to do the right thing. That isn't what this story is about. It's just a little bit of background. Fast forward to my senior year. I started dating a guy in my grade. He was always popular and pretty mysterious. Everyone knew that he was religious, but didn't know what kind. They knew because his mom would attend our choir concerts, always wearing long skirts, no jewelry or makeup, and had her hair in a bun. His best friend didn't even know what church he went to, but told me that they didn't have a TV and weren't allowed to watch movies. I was very nervous to ask him what church he went to, even though we were dating, and I figured after 3 months I should know. I asked him a few times to go with me to the Baptist church, but he always declined. Finally, I got up the courage. I asked him what church he went to, and he only replied with, "You should see for yourself." I was excited. I got to be a part of it and his life. He invited me to his church. I went out and bought a long skirt and threw my hair up. I figured I should be respectful and dress like his mother. He picked me up that following Wednesday evening and drove me to the meeting. It was at a Holiday Inn conference room. Everyone was very old except for me, my boyfriend, his younger brother, and 2 toddlers. The meeting, that's what they called it, was run by 2 very elderly women from Ireland. Pretty sure it was Ireland. I could barely understand them, but the Bibles they used were normal Bibles, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable. They had a hymnal that just said hymns on the front. Everyone sang a cappella. There were never instruments. It was a very strange evening, but because they used a typical Bible, I figured it was fine. I eventually stopped attending the Baptist church that I was part of and went strictly to my boyfriend's meetings. Wednesdays were held at the Holiday Inn, and Sundays were held in various friends' houses. Every member was called a friend. The meetings weren't huge, maybe 10 to 20 people. Each fall and spring, though, they held conventions. They would be on someone's farm and would be every friend in the state, and sometimes a few surrounding states. Those were very, very big. We would stay in quarters and listen to people speak from the Bible. You also had a chance to stand up and read a verse that meant something to you. This all happened very slowly and over the course of 2 years or so. I must have been obsessed with just trying to do the right thing and follow Jesus because I didn't notice that I was being brainwashed. I ended up living with him. I have no idea to this day how that transition ever happened, or if my parents ever wondered where I was. My parents were in the middle of a messy divorce, and honestly probably didn't notice that I was gone. My boyfriend's mom didn't believe in using hospitals or doctors and took a holistic approach to her family's and my health. She had me on different vitamins every day of the week. I was already very skinny, but over time I lost even more weight. I probably got down to about 80 or 90 pounds. She also gave me iodine drops under my tongue every day. This all led to me being severely underweight, and I had stopped sleeping almost completely. I think the doctors said that it was all the vitamin B12 in my system. While in a hazy state of mind, I ended up getting baptized in a lake at one of the conventions. Shortly thereafter, when we went home, I started having panic attacks. Everything from this time is such a blur to me. Such a blur. I eventually had one big panic attack that threw me over the edge. I had a complete mental breakdown. I remember a few things very vividly. I tried to read the Bible to calm down, and I couldn't read anymore. Everything was just shapes and blobs. This led to more crying. My dad remarried 2 weeks after the divorce, and married a woman named Nikki. I was convinced that they were both Satan because of this. I tried to jump off of a very high hill near my house that I was staying at. I would have at the very least broken many bones if not died. I thought I was already dead and was convinced that their house was a coffin, and they were burying me outside and my soul was just overhearing it all. I guess they realized that something was wrong and probably didn't want to be liable because they found my dad's number and told him to come get me. I fought going and cried and screamed, but my dad took me back to his house. I didn't sleep that night again and thought that his house was the Twin Towers, and I was stuck inside as they were falling down. I started seeing small rainbows everywhere. My brain was totally screwed up, you guys. The next day, my dad and stepmom took me to a behavioral health hospital. I remember that it was the day that Steve Irwin died, because my dad told me in the waiting room, and I thought for sure that he murdered Steve Irwin, and that's how he knew that he was dead. But it was on the news in the waiting room. Either way, I stayed in an acute wing of the hospital for 2 weeks. They took my vitals several times a day and night. I had to go to group therapy sessions and drink inshore all day until I was finally up to a healthy weight. That man and his family really messed me up. I hope that I never see them again. It's almost 10 years later, and I still have nightmares about them. I had one last night, actually. They're mostly just present in the dream. I had the courage to finally try and Google the name of their cult. It took some digging, but they're called 2x2s. Sorry that this was so long. So much happened to me. This is just all I can remember. When I was in my early teens, my parents had this midlife crisis. They were always religious, but they encountered this group that took it to a whole other level. Certain facets of their faith were somewhat neglected, and their marriage wasn't very stable at this time, so they grasped onto this and took us along for the ride. It all started out with a summer camp, something innocent sounding enough. There were about 35 other boys going to it from all over the country. I would later realize this summer camp wasn't really about swimming, playing games and sports, going on day trips to places like Niagara Falls or Washington, D.C. It was the first stage of their recruitment to join. Most of the children there were from larger families that were intimately familiar with the group. A lot of their older or younger brothers were attending the camp. Most of them had gone for years because the purpose of the program was to draw in boys to their boarding school. In fact, the camp took place at the boarding school campus. After the summer program was over, my brother wanted to go there for high school instead of local public school. I had really no desire to go to the public school after the absolutely horribly 8th grade year that I had at the middle school next door. So that, coupled with the pressure of my parents and brother, had me going to the boarding school that September. Things started off decently. There wasn't much pressure, but it was a very religious school. Prayers several times a day. There was the option to go to church every morning, and instruction was completely from their unique Catholic perspective in every way. I would attend this school for 3 years, 2 on, 1 off, and my graduate year. The school really served as the second stage to their organizational recruitment. Not everyone who attended joined or was expected to join, but those who showed enough fervor or interest were groomed to becoming full-time members. When I was 16, I knew full well that I wasn't ever going to join the group, but my brother did. I'm not sure if my brother just never had much luck with girls, but he decided to forgo all of that for the cause and joined right after he completed high school. For the most part, I never really realized how far out this organization was until years later, when I had a crisis in my own religious faith and became a non-believer and saw how they treated the many people who left the group over time. Most, if not all, who leave the group don't lose their faith, but there is a lot of ostracizing. While in the school, we did a lot of things with the rest of the group, including protesting campaigns for things that we didn't fully understand, attended some of their Saturday meetings at their headquarters, events, conferences, marches, etc. Their methods were not extreme, but they fostered a severe us versus the world mentality. Rock music was satanic. Anyone who didn't embrace our version of belief and morals was a monster and horrible person. Everything was seen in black and white, and they couldn't comprehend how somebody could disagree on one thing with them, yet agree in many other things. At their meetings, they did a lot of patting themselves on the back by talking of their campaigns and the supposed success of them, how they were going to bring the world back to order, which according to them meant their version of Catholicism. Most of them didn't even like the Pope at the time, because he wasn't fire and brimstone enough. Speaking of that, a lesser talked about subject publicly, but strongly believed and discussed privately, was that the world was going to enter this period of death, destruction, and end times that would last many years. Even they prepared for it in some ways, by building a sort of bomb shelter in one of the buildings. This would then be followed by a 1,000-year reign of Mary, in which they would lead the world back to religion, and it would be happy times and glory to be had for all. My brother even bought into this stuff a lot when he was younger, mocking me for my interest in technology, because it isn't going to do you any good when the nukes fall and there is no electricity. That was probably just a harmless tease on his part, but it always irritated me that he actually thought living like a hermit was the best, most productive use of our lives, or that foregoing technology was wise, because you might have to live without it at some point. As it is, my parents still like the group. I see my brother once, maybe twice a year, and I don't really communicate with anyone there anymore. For years, though, my brother didn't want to visit us. He was always terrible about planning it and acted like it was unimportant. It did bother my parents that he had separated himself from us to such an extent, but now that they are more religious than ever, they see it as a good thing that he is doing there. My mom almost got involved with a cult when I was little. She met this elderly couple who was a part of a church and would come over every Thursday and Friday to say prayer. talk about God, and read the Bible with my mom. I thought it was nice because my mom is a big Christian, so I thought that it was nice that she finally had someone to talk to. But then things started getting odd. They started getting more aggressive, so to say. My mom told me one day that the man in the couple was feeling something was not right in our household. He never said what he meant until a week later. He said my dad and I were not right with God and were too worldly, and that my mom should leave us. She didn't really let this get to her though, mainly because I think she was lonely. They then started asking for money, or a seed. We were super broke at the time, but my mom still gave them somewhere between $5 to $10 a week. But then it got really weird. I finally met them one day because I was stuck at home from school due to being sick. My mom suggested that I meet them, and I did. They started doing that thing where one person will be praying really loudly and telling the devil off, while the other one was behind me. Next thing you know, she's poking my forehead. I didn't know what she was doing, so I asked her to please stop. She kept going until my mom made her stop. The lady said that I am too worldly and that my time will be soon. Okay. Here's how I know that they were a cult. Remember how I said that they suggested that my mom leave? They tried to make her leave one day, saying that she could live with them and that they have a big house with their church on the property, and a few other members stay there too. My mom obviously said no, but they were not having it. They basically tried to mentally force my mom into going. She said it worked a little, but she knew what was right. She called the police, and the police made them get off the property while they screamed, yelling, "Have fun burning in hell," and other like terms. 2 years pass, and I'm watching the news with my mom, when wouldn't you know it, the couple were on the news. They were charged with attempted kidnapping of another family's 2 to 3 kids. Yeah, they were definitely in a cult. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy, deep forest stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, before we get into the stories, I do want to mention that we do have new merch available on our merch store. The link will be in the description down below. We have a new 80s aesthetic to the merch that we are selling. You can see it on your screen now. I do hope you enjoy it. Also, the aesthetic for today's video, as you can hear in the background, is going to be a campfire with nature and cricket sounds. I do hope you enjoy that as well. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I've spent most of my life running around the woods of southern Oregon, and I've seen some weird stuff out there. First story. Way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any road, my friend and I stumbled across a large fenced-in area. 10-foot chain-link fence. Inside the fence were all these trees planted in perfectly straight rows. No biggie. The Forest Service does sciencey stuff out in the woods sometimes. What was odd is that every single tree was bent in a specific shape. All of them were crooked in the exact same way. We didn't climb the fence that day because our dogs were acting super sketchy and one ran off. We found him eventually, thank goodness. And despite looking, I've never found that place again. Back then, I was convinced that it was a nefarious government project. a la Stranger Things or Aliens. The vibe was really weird there in our defense. Now that I think about it, maybe someone was growing trees in that shape to make a boat. I did read that people do this. The woods can be spooky sometimes, so maybe it was aliens or Bigfoot. Another time with that same friend, we were again in the literal middle of nowhere, dry camping and hiking with the dogs. We found a small clearing that had a twin-sized, rusty old iron bed frame, a small rusted-out cook stove, and some other rusty buckets and stuff. The odd part is that it was so far from anything, even old logging spur roads. Whoever lived out there really didn't want to be found or bothered. Can't blame them, really. I do have a bunch more stories, if anyone is interested. When I was 14, I found a body floating in the Flint River near Bainbridge. It was winter, so no alligator activity, but any body in water in the deep south is going to be terribly bloated. And this one was. Race, age, and gender were no longer evident to my observation. When I was 19, I came across human remains in the woods surrounding the creek that ran behind my house. It turned out to be a hunter who'd gone missing in the early 80s. I picked up the femur thinking, what a weird looking stick, only to find that it was still attached to other bones. The realization of what it was unsettling when my brain was telling me that it was a big deer. Then I looked closer, and there was a human mandible within a couple of feet. The fact that I was not disturbed by either led to me doing a lot of volunteer search and recovery over my life. I'm comfortable in remote areas. Woods don't faze me, and a body is just a thing. A thing that deserves respect, and an important thing, but I never feel creeped out. I've found, aside from those two, 4 other partial sets of remains, and one recently deceased individual who got lost in Escalante Canyon. That one bothered me, because even half a day sooner could have saved him. It's why I don't do search and rescue unless it's a child. I can't handle it, but I can put the feelings aside when it's a missing kid. My buddy, my wife, and her friend hiked to a remote cabin. The cabin's previous tenants had to be medevaced, so my buddy and I decided to hike their belongings back down the mountain, 3 miles each way, so we could get it back to them. My wife and her friend went on a hike while we were gone. On their way back, they found a decorative flamingo in the middle of the trail. No clue who put it there, as they didn't see another soul. A couple of times I've had people appear in places that no one should have been. One was an old man at 2 a.m. in St. Mary's Wilderness. He said he had gotten turned around and asked if I could use my Jeep to take him to where he wanted to camp. The road is very rough and was just a series of mud pits. I ended up agreeing, no idea why, and drove him about an hour to where he just said, "Okay, this is fine." I dropped him off, took his picture, and left. At camp, I noticed that he wasn't in the picture, just kind of a blur. The next morning, I went to where I dropped him off and I couldn't find him or any tracks. No clue if he was real or if I was just imagining it all. I've also seen markers from where Civil War soldiers had died. And how. Example, Jack Smith gunshot, carved into stones. Not headstones, just the rocks by where they died. I also sat and watched an orb/will-o-wisp with 2 friends for about 30 minutes before it finally went away. In high school in the mid-1980s, we used to go out to the lake and stay the night. We would build a campfire, and then we would just get tired and sleep in our cars. It must have been around 11 p.m. when we decided to go for a hike into the thick wooded area. There was a trail. There were 4 of us, 3 girls and 1 guy. We had flashlights, but we didn't really need them because the moon was bright. Then I heard something that sounded like faint music. I asked the others if they heard it, and they said that they did. It was like music from a jewelry box. You know, that type that has the little ballerina that spins around. We keep walking. Then, right in the middle of the trail, there it was. A white jewelry box with the ballerina. It was just in the middle of the trail playing music. We turned around and started to run. Then we stopped and decided to go back to where it was. It was gone. It wasn't more than a minute and it was gone. We ran back, put the fire out, and we went home. My family and I have a new puppy that we take outside to walk in the middle of the night. This was around 4 in the morning, and she let me know that she had to go out. She's always been very intimidated about going out in the middle of the night, but we never thought anything of it. Just as I was about to bring her inside, I hear this howl, human-sounding screech that sounded like it was right behind me. The puppy and I ran so fast in the house. The scream that came out of my body was so bizarre. I just froze in fear as soon as I got inside. My husband was very concerned and immediately locked the doors and brought all of our kids into bed with us. We were trying to chalk it up to maybe a fox. I would normally talk myself into it just being an animal, but the weird vibe that I got, I can't even describe it. The howl/scream sounded like it was right in my ear. I will never be going outside alone again. This is a story that I only recently remembered again in a conversation with my fiance. When I remembered the story, I was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable feeling, similar to what it was like at the moment. I never fully managed to figure out what really happened then, so I decided to share that story here. My older sister had graduated from medical school at the time, and my parents decided to organize a celebration for our family and friends on the occasion of that event. The celebration was held at the cottage of our family friends, where we grew up, so I was very familiar with the space. Imagine a large empty clearing, a large square surrounded by houses and fields between them. A narrow road leading to individual houses runs along the perimeter itself. And at that time, it was not even fully paved. It was mostly a dirt road. From that main road, which framed the houses in a square, you could go down into the dense forest that surrounded that square. The depth of the forest was great, and when you turned off the main road towards the path, you had to walk for a long time to reach the river, which was a few kilometers away. All this was familiar to me because I grew up there and spent a good part of my childhood playing in those woods. I was afraid of the forest, but nothing more than normal, and I was always careful not to stray from the path so as to not get lost. Back to the story. My parents organized a celebration and invited a large number of people, including my cousin, P. She and I were close in age, and we got along well. As the number of people became tiring for us, we decided to take a walk so we could catch up on life, just the 2 of us. We were both about 20 years old, and I led her down the road because I knew the path I wanted us to take, down the perimeter, alongside the forest, next to all the other houses so as to not be alone. Everything was normal until we reached one of the turns for the forest that I mentioned. Somehow we both stopped without saying a word and looked in silence at the path that stretched deep into the forest. "Let's go inside." I was the first to speak after some time, even if this is something that's not typical for me. As I mentioned earlier, I was always a little afraid of the forest, especially after I got lost in it once. That was when I was still a child, but they managed to find me quickly after my screams that rang throughout the area. For this reason, I never left the road without my older friend, A, who carried a stick with him, and his hunting dog, May. But now, something was different. "Let's go in there. It won't hurt us," I said to my cousin and stepped inside. "I don't want to. I'm scared," answered my cousin, but I persistently assured her that everything was fine. In the end, she still followed me because I was already 30 steps ahead of her. "Elle, this is not a good idea. Let's go back." P tried to convince me once again, but I walked forward as if in a trance. "Everything's fine," I repeated to her. After some time, when we were already deep into the forest, I finally stopped myself. I could not take a step more. I was paralyzed. It was as if some part of me tried to break away from whatever was pulling me inside. I was overcome with fear. My heart was pounding hard and my breath stopped. It was as if all sounds had stopped. It was daytime, but there was no signs of life. Not a bird, not a rabbit, not a butterfly. Only silence, and those trees that I had a feeling would stretch out their branches and trap me forever in this forest. P was a few steps behind me. "I'm going back. I can't do this," said P and ran the same way we came. Her voice was trembling, and I could feel the panic in it. After another moment, I managed to break away and run after her. We ran without looking back, as if something was chasing us, until we reached the entrance of the place from which we entered. A little further towards the cottage, we finally stopped as we finally felt safe. We did not look back out of pure fear. We tried to catch our breath, and only then did we talk as we were walking back home, fast and still scared. There was something there. We were sure of that. I wasn't afraid at first when I went inside. In fact, it was as if something was calling me, wanting me to follow it. But my cousin's frightened voice and presence tore me out of the trance. It had called me. I'm afraid to think what would have happened if I was alone, if there wasn't someone to pull me back so I wouldn't go too far. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that we got to that road that I had to go inside. It scares me, and I can't shake the fear that overwhelmed me and my cousin after that event. Any thoughts on what happened here? Why did I go inside and persuade my cousin to follow me? Why did she manage to snap me out of it? And why were we both so scared? There was no sound. There was no voice. There was nothing. Just the unspoken words of something that I heard and my cousin didn't. I'm from Croatia, so Europe, a bit more eastern, not too far from the Serbian border. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner, on the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was like 5 times as long as it was wide. And from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sight line. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It definitely was not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned one side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people around often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s, so not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places, since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our utilitarian camp. Small, Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket. Simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No, look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round, white faces staring back at me from across the lake. Maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way that I can describe the faces is very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home, and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust, and I would see that they were a reflection, bugs or owls or something. But I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looked back at my friend, and they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snapping. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we going to do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but never found a phenomenon that could explain that. When I was very young, I was visiting a family friend at their camper in the woods. No idea where. I remember at one point being outside and hearing what sounded to me like a church choir, but we were in the middle of nowhere and it was dark out. No one else seemed to hear it. I still think about it and wonder where I was, and what on earth it could have been. I've just stumbled upon this subreddit, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the experiences and stories shared by others. I've finally felt compelled to share an experience of my own, and while it may not be as provoking or profound as the stories told by others on this subreddit, it still fills me with a strange and mysterious feeling all these years later. I grew up on Long Island in New York State. My older sister, her boyfriend, and myself often would walk the trails and the beaches at night. On one particular evening, the three of us were on a walk at a Camp Hero State Park. It was a full moon, so it was very bright out. As we were walking the trail, we stopped to relax and look out over the water. My sister's boyfriend sparked up a joint, and we were all partaking and relaxing. Whilst we were gazing out onto the open water, we spotted a small light in the distance. My sister inquired as to what we thought that was. Her boyfriend said it was probably a light on a distant boat. I agreed, and we didn't think much of it. However, as moments passed, we noticed the light seemed to be approaching us, getting closer by the minute. As it moved closer, it appeared to not be on the water, but above the water in the sky. We soon realized it was not a light on a distant boat. We continued to speculate what it was, and I came to the conclusion that it must be someone's small personal drone. But as the light came closer and closer, the brightness got stronger and stronger. If you know Camp Hero, you know that there are cliff edges that hang over the water. There we are, standing there on the edge with this orb steadily approaching us. With the span of 5 minutes, the orb was no longer in the distance, but hanging right in front of us. It was no longer over the water, but rather over the sandy beach. We stood there staring at it. It had a whitish purple glow to it. Despite being night, it was bright out due to the light of the full moon. On this high visibility evening, it became evident that that was no drone. This light was standalone, no machinery of any kind attached to it, and it just hung there about 10 feet in front of us for about 30 seconds. Then, it just disappeared. In such a way that it almost seemed to envelop itself. We all decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. This was back in 2015-ish. I've since visited this particular park many times since, and have never seen anything like it again. Maybe we were all just a bunch of stoned teenagers and it was some sort of group delusion. But that night will stick with me forever. The park itself is shrouded in mystery, and I can only speculate that the orb was perhaps a remnant of one of the experiments conducted at Camp Hero from back in the day. Anyway, that's my story. Have any of you had any spooky experiences on Long Island? We're certainly not quote-unquote backwoods by any means, but things still happen around these parts. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging out at his uncle's, who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is the 40s out in the country, so all roads are just dirt, basically. Anyways, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home and hopped into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through these woods roads. At some point, as they're just driving and talking, they passed something along the edge of the road, standing upright. They both hunted and were very familiar with any animals or other local people that may be around. Neither one of them really said anything for a minute, and then they both looked at each other and said, "What the hell was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said nope, and they kept driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or a small person just standing in the ditch. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it, particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. Learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom. Feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age, and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water, and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played, and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I am sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmatically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Ghidorah in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound-together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Ghidorah anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Ghidorah was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold crystal and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to have ate, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket, he seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on the first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were two more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin, but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually, school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever, when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? Years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbors. It was just what I had always wanted. At that point in my life, I had been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years, and being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer my services with a local search and rescue organization. For being such a tiny, poorly funded organization, we were surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend, spring through fall. The source of the majority of these calls was the roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails that were very popular with dirt bike and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or wreck and get injured, we'd head out, track them down, provide medical care, and fly them out in a helicopter, or put them on a Stokes basket mounted to a janky trailer thing that we'd pull with a quad. About 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I had learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I got my first call. A group of dirt bikers from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so riders and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy was missing. They sat out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours, then gave up and called 911. The time interval from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was pretty impressive. No more than 20 minutes. But we were already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps, divided into teams, and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy, and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take one of the longer trails that ringed the place. Then, after searching those, we'd systematically work our way into the shorter, maze-like trails that made up the interior. This was to be a hasty search. None of that grid search crap. Just riding around looking for clues. I don't know what I had expected exactly. Maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something. But these trails were an absolute nightmare. They were extremely rugged, technical trails where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. GPS rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree cover. Radios and cell phones were a crapshoot, and the maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would just sort of make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those were accounted for maybe 10% of the trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with someone or put at the front of the group is a mystery. 4 hours into this, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit with branches, exhausted and just effing done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like the bike has been found, but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of the other teams, but we can see them a few 100 feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking at the missing person, who is very dead. Lips blue, skin dusty, arms spread out like a cross. On first glance, his eyes looked to be wide open and solid white, but when I examined him, I could see that his eyes were actually covered with fly eggs. This dude had been dead a while. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it. He had water and food, and he was a healthy guy in his late 20s. Why was he dead? It looked like he had simply laid his bike down, then ran into the woods to die. Mission accomplished, I guess. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on the Stokes and took him to the trailhead where the coroner was waiting. About a week later, I ran into the coroner and asked what the cause of death had been. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary to extreme anxiety. The guy literally died of fright, which up to that point, I had always assumed was just Hollywood BS. I've always wondered what was going through his head. Was he just afraid of the woods, or of being lost? If so, why did he run blindly into the woods instead of continuing to follow the trail? There's a part of me that thinks he may have seen something out there. I've heard a lot of stories about weird stuff in these woods, and I've seen a few strange things myself, so it wouldn't surprise me. I've been wondering where to share this. It's so weird, I don't even know where to begin. So I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural Pacific Northwest. They live up the hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. I have no idea why. I've explored in there before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to get through anyways. Or So I thought. Recently, it dumped snow up here, and I've kind of been trapped, as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been plowed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago, I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID, and the coughing keeps me up at night. At about 11:30 p.m., I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up there. And third, my friends are out of state, and no one else would be coming up here, certainly not at night. I peeked out the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning the bend in the driveway towards the house, kept going into the woods. What? I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as following the car into the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go, so in the morning I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly left the house to investigate. This next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tire tracks in the snow, heading down the rough road into the woods. I followed them about a half mile into the forest, and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road, and no vehicle in sight. The tire tracks just ended, and no footprints in the snow either. That's it. I wish I had an explanation, or a better ending than me running like hell out of the woods. But I don't. I'll be glad when my friends get back, because it is super creepy up here. My husband and I were on the way back home from Navarre Beach, heading towards the Alabama line. It was storming really bad that night. As soon as we were passing Blackwater Forest, it slacked up a bit. We both saw Bigfoot walking across the road. By the time we were coming up on it, was almost to the other side. He looked so shocked, like a deer in headlights. I asked my husband if he saw the same thing that I did, and he agreed. I couldn't believe that we had seen it. A couple of weeks ago, he got sad news that our older woman friend that had stage 4 cancer had passed away. Yesterday, her daughter updated everyone with where they were having all the memorial services at, and one of the places just stunned me. They opened a restaurant, and it's called Bigfoot Crossing, exactly in the area that we had seen it. So now I'm wondering how many more sightings. I mean, it's gotta be quite a bit. Now I want to go back out and check out the area more. I was stationed in the panhandle of Florida near Pensacola. I was in charge of a team of about 10 guys taking part in an exercise. We were playing the bad guys for this exercise. And on that night, our job was just maneuvering. Mostly walking and driving around pretend villages. Anyways, we grabbed our gear for the night and went back out to an informal staging area to wait around for us to get called into the village. Being a group of young military guys with nothing to do, we started messing around, driving in circles and up and down the nearby dirt trails in our trucks, talking crap on the radios, looking around with our night vision goggles, etc. Because why not? We spot an SUV parked down one trail, which was a bit odd since we were on the military range at the time, but not crazy since we weren't near any of the sensitive or dangerous parts. I drive up next to the SUV slowly, and the guy, sitting shotgun with night vision goggles, says there's some weird person sitting in it. He hands me the night vision goggles, and I look over, and holy hell, that person was terrifying. They were in the back on the driver's side. Super tight skin, crazy sunken eyes, thin lanky hair. At first just staring straight ahead, but they suddenly turned to look at us, and I booked it out of there. I practically threw the night vision goggles at the guy next to me. I don't know why, but I felt one of the deepest feelings of fear that I'd ever had. Literally, the only times that were worse were times where I genuinely thought that I was about to die. We drive back to where the other guys were, and I tell them about it. Of course, they think we're messing with them, but eventually we convinced them to follow us and check it out. So now there's a convoy of 3 trucks holding 10 guys. We roll past to let truck 2 get next to the SUV, and only a few seconds go by and the radio goes wild with them yelling, "Go, go, go." We haul crap out of there, and all agree to find a new informal staging point to park at. The rest of the night, we'd mess with each other about the decent woman watching us or waiting for one of us to walk off alone, and just generally joking around. But I did notice that no one wanted to go pee by themselves. Anytime someone had to go, suddenly a few others chimed in too. The rational explanation is that it was some drifter in the SUV crashing for the night, probably at least a little high, tired, and confused as crap about the trucks creeping up on them, then driving off real fast. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the 5th night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June. So I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was. I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby. And my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight. Just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say, "No, where was this?" "On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road." I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. Even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle. Said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. And even in the summer, the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night. Especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature. And where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night, that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so. And there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area. But this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends, start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying, "Slow the F down." So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane. And no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks coming driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. What are you talking about? She responds. There wasn't anyone behind you. Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck. And I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy in the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess.